There it is.
Yay!
Hello, everyone.
Hey, here we
Thanks for
are.
joining us. Here we are. Welcome. This is Live from the Apocalypse. It's a tabletop channel, mostly, where we stream said tabletop games for charitable causes, aid organizations, nonprofits, things of that nature. Tonight, we are playing our ongoing science fiction campaign, Nephilim. And it is season 2, it is episode 7, and it is a very special episode because tonight, unfortunately, we are saying goodbye to one of our beloved cast of characters. But all of that in due time. Uh, first order of business. This game benefits Planned Parenthood. They're a great organization. They need no introduction. All donations that you make will go directly to them. So if at any point you feel inclined to do so, you can just hit PP donate in the chat like so. Yes, it is funny. Yes, it is the real link. And the bot will call it up. You can throw some money in there. Haha, PP. You can throw some money at us, and it'll give the players a pool of advantage that they can pull from. You can also use your channel points, which are called drugs. We won't apologize to affect the stream in a variety of ways. Feel free to react to things. Feel free to give them a little guidance, which in this particular system, it's powered by the apocalypse, so it'll just be a +1 bonus to their roll. Yeah. So that's Planned Parenthood. That is Live from the Apocalypse. That's just kind of the way we do things around here. We just ask that if you like what you see, you give that money that you would give to us potentially through subscriptions or bits or any of the normal Twitch stuff directly to the organization, because anything that passes through Amazon's grubby little hands, they keep about 75% of. And this way you can just give directly to the people who will benefit from it the most and who will do the most good from us, which, to be clear, is not us. Yeah, I think that is pretty much all of the housekeeping. So without further ado, I think we can dive right on in to our session. It has been a wild couple of it's probably been about a week that you've been here on Earth in San Antonio. Who's tracking? Not me. And it has been a time that you all have been having. You arrived here originally looking for information about your missing captain, Grace Miller, presumed dead. You investigated her storage unit. You found a few leads, but nothing really concrete, unfortunately. And you were pretty much immediately press ganged into helping to protect San Antonio from becoming the headquarters of the mega corporation Zone Beverage Co. Some of Ellis Maldonado, one of our characters, one of our cast of characters, old criminal friends, gently blackmailed, shall we say, all of you into taking part in that. Turns out he's a pretty great guy, though, so all's well that ends well. Water under the bridge, am I right? And you did that. You pulled it off with aplomb. A lot of other stuff happened on the way, actually. 2019 15-R is no longer beholden to Takamagahara. His identity is now out there for all of his very dear friends to know. Maeve has been undergoing some issues, shall we say, some strange occurrences ever since she died and was brought back to life via nanobots. And speaking of nanobots, Jaxper recently was treated to the news that he's dying slowly.
Just like
And the
everybody else
more,
now.
just like everybody else, and the more he uses his nanobots, his super special nano powers, the faster he will die. So everybody's doing pretty good, I think. All of that being said, why don't we go around and do some introductions to our characters? We can start with Ellis, since for some reason Ellis is actually doing pretty okay.
Yeah, Ellis is doing great. Ellis
Shockingly.
is solving problems. He's back on Earth and thriving. Crops are watered, skin's clear. Uh, Hey, I'm Dan. I play Ellis Maldonado, the hound of the group, so I'm a bounty hunter and ne'er-do-well and dusty old jerk who does most of the, I guess, upfront fighting, if Jaxper is not around especially. Um, and yeah, I'm the oldest and grungiest of our crew of miscreants.
A
So
point of
most likely
pride.
to, yeah. What's that?
A point of pride, to be
Yeah,
sure.
exactly. Survived. Survived.
Um, yeah. Okay. So that's Ellis. Rouge, do you want to introduce Maeve?
Sure. So Maeve is youngest, I suppose, of the group. It's kind of hard to tell for sure when you start involving 2019 and Jaxper in uh calculations because things get a little, but probably at least in spirit she's definitely the youngest, and originally from Mars, struggling col- colony planet, and she's pretty much only known the settlement she grew up in on Mars or life with Grace Miller on the Nephilim, which is probably why she is so determined to get Grace back. Because Grace is definitely alive and definitely okay, and
Oh
we're gonna
yeah.
save her, and that's all Maeve cares about. And all of these episodes she's been having lately of passing out and seeing things after the nanobot incident is totally fine. I'm sure this is fine. It's nothing to worry about because the medical examinations she keeps getting all come back saying she's fine. So it's fine. It's all fine. It's going to be fine.
So it's fine.
It's fine.
Um, perfect. Perfect. Della, would you talk a little bit about Jaxper, please?
Yeah, Jaxper is a perpetually 19-year-old nanobot experiment, and that managed to escape from the lab that was holding him and his brothers. He is now uh, four people, I think, including himself, living in his head. And that apparently is bad. Like, it apparently your brain is really just not meant to like do that. And if you do decide to do that, you will die. So that's fun and cool because up until so recently, dying has really not been on the table, uh, or has been something that I could resolve pretty cleanly. So, not thrilled about that whole situation.
I'm sure it's all going to work out for
It'll be
Jaxper in
fine.
the end. It'll be fine. And last, but certainly not least, Tayo, would you tell us a little bit about 2019-15-R, The Infiltrator?
2019-15-R. X-Spy? Bug Eyes? Who am I? Anyway, um, 2019-15-R is an spy, basically, who was implanted on the Nephilim a while back to basically collect as much information as possible. He was at a point in time really gung-ho about getting back into the Shinshoku's good graces. Uh, and now that he is, for all intents and purposes, exiled, banished, excommunicated, he doesn't know who he is. So I don't know who he is either.
And that is the question that we are all here to discover the answer to. Um, so that's our cast of colorful characters here on Nephilim. Um, Last session ended somewhat abruptly. You were able to protect the St. Jude's orphanage from being firebombed by Zone Beverage Co. as a way to sort of punish you all for actions taken against Kaori Izumi, the head of Zone Beverage Co. security here in San Antonio. You also had a shootout with her very publicly, which did not go in her favor and was widely broadcast, much to the interest of the general public. And right as all of that was sort of finally winding down and coming to a close, Maeve was contacted by Simon Riggs, the man that Jaxper and Maeve were able to question within Labor and Power prison right outside of San Antonio. Presumed and last session confirmed to be a former member of the Church of the First Nail. You received a panic communication from him, wherein he basically said, they're here. They're here to take me. You pull me out of here, I'll tell you anything you want to know. And you could hear sounds of explosions and fighting and all sorts of other fun stuff in the background. So we will jump right back in to exactly where we left off. No time skips, no nothing. Well, actually, let's skip forward just a tiny bit because Ellis and 2019 were leaving the plaza where Kaori Izumi's apartment was, where the shootout happened, before the authorities showed up. And you were heading back to St. Jude's Orphanage. And so let's just skip a little bit ahead, just a tiny bit, to when you arrive there and are greeted with this news. Maeve, how do you want to inform your teammates as they pull up in a auto-driving car and get out?
Is it a
It is a spoober.
So pretty much just going to run up and start like actively pushing them back into the car, being like, we have to go now.
Whoa, what are you talking about?
What?
We
What's
stopped.
happening?
They're taking Riggs, and this might be our only chance to find out where Grace is. We have to go get him before they finish taking him.
Who's taking
Oh, shit.
Riggs?
I
Yeah.
don't know. There wasn't time, but someone is taking him. This is our only chance to find out what he knows.
Yep, we gotta go.
All right.
Okay, we gotta go, but where are we going?
The prison.
The
Prison,
jail.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, Labor and Power, which was sort of right on the outskirts of San Antonio proper. So yeah, you all can hop in. I mean, what is
We
your
close out the first ride, and then we start the second ride, so that that we get the proper tip share going.
right? Exactly. Yeah, you don't want to shortchange anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's totally fine. Are you definitely taking a car to get there, or I mean, that would probably be the
Is there a
main
faster method?
Well, there are definitely faster methods, but the question is, are there any at your disposal, considering that your spaceship is still docked on the orbital platform above
Yeah,
you?
we don't have helicopter access.
You don't. Not as far as you're aware.
Not
I
unless
guess like
our new friend has something.
you could talk to Marcus if you want, or you could hop in the car and get driving.
Or we
up
could
to you.
steal one.
Or we can do both. We can be talking to this person on the phone while in the car. Ellis?
Well, okay. I mean, does that help? I mean, is he gonna pick up the car with the helicopter and then take us?
No, we're going to drive to the jail, get the guy, and then he is going to
provide us transport
provide
so
us
that we don't
transport.
Uber away from the
Aha.
shootout at the jail. I'm starting
Yeah.
to catch on. Yeah, that
Yeah,
makes
see?
sense.
See? See what I'm saying? See
Yep,
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Ah.
that's probably better. Uber does charge. Spoober does charge premiums for felonies.
Yeah,
It's
they
true.
don't they don't like being made impromptu getaway drivers. You have to pay in advance for that.
Yeah, exactly. It's Uber Black only.
Yeah.
They actually probably do
Uber Black Market.
charge you extra. Hell yeah, grip it and rip it. They actually do probably charge you extra the farther away you get from like a city center, as it requires more like bandwidth for the car to maintain its automatic driving capabilities and things like that. So you probably do pay a premium the weaker the like connection to the net is.
Lightning McMusk. Anyway, yeah. So I'll call Marcus and see if he's got any alternatives
Well,
for
noted.
our escape.
You do that, I will start plotting ways to bring noted NPC Lightning McMusk into the campaign officially.
Combination of Owen Wilson and Elon Musk.
And Cockport
Oh,
Mackenzie, obviously.
I'm right there with you. We don't talk about Cockport Mackenzie.
That was a fever dream. That's a
You'll summon him.
non-canon episode.
We are very lucky that Tracy is not in this game because she would immediately start singing "We don't talk about Cockport" to the tune of "We don't talk about Bruno."
Yes, that is true. She would do that.
I'm on the verge of doing it myself.
Yeah,
Listen,
I
if
almost
you're-
did it too.
If you're very lucky, much like Dan's roommate, Cockport Mackenzie will remain nothing but a dream, nothing but a waking dream, and you may never encounter him in real life. But moving on from that, yeah, you have the car and you are redirecting it to head out to Labor and Power. So you're all just kind of crammed in the back of this sedan as it is leaving the city proper behind. Are you
Does it not have an
trying-
awkward shotgun seat that someone can sit in and make poor
Oh.
conversation with the robot driver?
It definitely does have an awkward shotgun seat. There is no like driver though. It's not a literal robot. There's basically just like a panel where the steering wheel should be,
Mhm.
and like almost like a server unit, where the seat of the driver would be.
Fantastic. Ellis is sitting up front.
Yeah.
It's
Cool.
physically harming me not to be able to ping this thing right now.
Unsure what to do with his hands.
So yeah, are you trying to get any information before you arrive, or are you just, going to show up and see what happens?
I'll pull up the news feeds and see what is going on, and I will
Okay.
use a handheld to do it, and I will be very mad about how slow it is.
And
Did you say you'll be very mad if you have to roll it?
No, I'll be mad about how slow it is.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
Because
it is.
normally I
It
can
is.
just use my brain, and now I can't
That
use
is
my brain.
true. Oh, look at you making good choices.
This is fucking stupid. I
Um,
hate good choices. Good choices fucking suck. Jackson's just sitting there cussing at his phone. Like, how do people do this? Your fingers are too big. Keys are so small.
I think I'm next to Jackspur. It's just like, do you want a signal boost? And I'll offer up like a cicada to try to like start crawling into them. I could easy boost.
No.
Here you go.
No, I think that'll make things so much worse.
So
Ugh.
then in that case, I am going to want you to roll Jackspur. I am going to want you to roll to scope it out.
Ooh, scope it
And
out.
we'll see what information you can glean from
Roll
From
to
the news
interpret what's
feeds.
real on Facebook.
Ooh,
yes.
shit.
You're going to have
Jasper's-
to separate out
Jasper's
the
social
fake
media
news.
presence is probably pretty wild.
17 Twitches or 17 Twitters that all only respond to each other.
Exactly. Give me 2 seconds because I got everything else all set up and neatly prepared except for my character sheet. Because I'm real good about stuff.
It's all good.
And- Right, so I'm
Um,
scoping it out. That's calculating.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm.
That's 6. That's 6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Your calculating is -2.
+2.
Plus 2.
Plus
but you
2?
rolled
I
Double
thought you
rolled a
rolled
4.
I rolled a 4.
2 4s.
No, Double rolled 1
Oh.
4.
Yeah, I rolled a 1 and a 3.
Oh.
what
That's
showed
weird.
up on the feed was 2 4s.
2 4s.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
strange.
I should
Well,
love
roll
that.
20 it is.
Actually,
1
no,
and
no, no.
3.
I totally rolled. I totally
yeah.
rolled
Yeah.
Nice
yeah.
try.
Extremely
nice
wrong.
try.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true though. I'm seeing that over there in the panel.
Super-
Roll 20 is
super
saying one thing. and
Della,
that is
why
not
are
what
we
showed
so
up.
fucking honest?
This
Shut
sounds
up.
like the truth.
It is. And I like that 6. I wanna go with that 6. I think that what you can surmise from
Thanks,
the
Quote Twitch.
news feeds
Appreciate you.
currently is basically just like a news report, a live news broadcast of a very stiff, very made up looking man in a suit saying, we're still waiting to receive official confirmation about what exactly is taking place at the San Antonio Labor and Power Facility. However, there does appear to be quite a commotion, and there are reports of gunshots being heard. We will bring you up-to-the-date news as we receive it.
This has been Cockport Mackenzie.
Gunshots
Light
are
power.
being heard. What kind of passive voice piece of shit bullshit reporting is this? This is horse shit. How do you people live like this?
Gunshot-like noises have been presumably heard in the area.
I
What is this,
just want you
WBAL
to.
Baltimore?
There's a sun
I just
reporter
want
on
you to.
scene. My God.
I just want you to know, young man, that I am a reactive AI program. I record the news in real time. I can hear you, and I do have feelings.
I don't believe that either of those things are compatible.
I
You're a reactionary AI program and you have feelings? Bullshit.
I am programmed to have feelings.
I'm programmed to feel shame.
you
And
should
yet
you should see
still
somebody
a
about that.
reporter.
It's much easier when you can reroute those.
So the
Feed?
feed where Riggs let me
Yes.
know that what the deal was, it went dead,
Mhm.
right? If I'm like try to contact him to get like even just like a live recording stream of what's going on, I'm assuming I can't make that connection anymore.
Correct. Yeah. And I mean, what you were tapping into was basically like his comm unit, his like
Yeah.
universal translator comm unit that all of you have. But his was integrated into his body, which is the only reason why they weren't able to take it away from him when he was processed and imprisoned. But yeah, any attempts to contact it now just they just fail. Like nobody's picking up on the other end.
Gotcha. Okay. That was my contribution. Actually, I
It was good.
think Maeve would get real annoyed at how long this is taking, and I think she would just sort of lean over from the back seat and start fiddling with the panel
Oh.
and seeing if she couldn't get a little more juice out of this car.
Hell yeah.
There's probably
Hell
like a
yeah.
limiter on the speed, and she's gonna try to break
yeah.
that so that it can actually
There-
tap into
Yes,
max
technobabble.
speeds.
Are you
Fuck
fiddling with
There's-
the car or with the dumb trash can thing that is?
Don't say that in front of it.
the one that's driving the car?
Yeah.
I would assume you're just trying to because the limiter, that's what the unit that is operating the car is what determines how fast it's going and what route you're taking and things like that, and it calculates a whole variety of variables to find you the safest route. It's programmed to prioritize safety over expediency. And it sounds like what Maeve is trying to do is basically override that control and say, no, get us there as fast as possible. I don't care how dangerous it is.
If we die, we die.
If we die, we die.
If you die,
Nephilim.
yeah.
If we die, we die.
Yep, that's a good tagline.
Ellis calls the driver a trash can, and 2019 is like, dude, shh, and kind of is like,
What, does this
At-
one
at
have feelings
Jasper?
too? Why do people keep putting feelings in all the goddamn robots?
I don't know. As a robot with feelings, it's a really bad call.
I mean, hell, I saw Wally. We know this shit goes weird.
I hate having feelings. I wish nobody had put them in me.
Yeah, no,
I
it's
wish
dumb.
that for you too, R2, 3PO.
Art tooth.
R2-3PO. Is that what you
Um,
call 2019?
No, that's what he calls the
Or is that what
trash
you
can
call it?
that's driving the
Oh,
cab.
okay.
new name, it's canon.
Maeve, do you have jury rig or no?
No. I need to take
Okay.
that next. It has come up like multiple sessions in a
It
row.
has. Yeah, well, it's the one that would make the most sense for the situation, but like I'll let you do it with I'll let you try to replicate it with a different move, but it'll probably be with disadvantage. And I think in this case I think we're gonna go with another broad interpretation here, and we're gonna yeah, I think we're actually gonna go with manipulate, which uses your slick. You're trying to manipulate the machine into overriding its programming, and it's going to be slick because you're trying to do it quickly while the vehicle is moving. If
Okay.
you had time and like your workbench, you could do it with calculating, but this is like on the fly.
And is that still with disadvantage? even with it being a manipulate move?
What's your slick?
1.
Then yes, it is with disadvantage.
So rude. Okay. So that is unfortunately going to be a 4 then.
Yes, it is. Yeah, okay. Interesting. So I think what's going to happen then? You fail that roll. You lean over. You're trying to override this thing, and the first thing you do is you override the safety protocol, which means that it just like jumps forward from going, a safe 60 miles per hour, which I think is where it caps out when it's outside of city limits. You override that, it immediately jumps up to about 80 or 90, and it kind of like throws you back in the process. And it you are like now sort of trapped, not trapped, but the car is now sort of fishtailing and driving way more jerkily and just not sort of sticking to the safe roads that are laid out on the way to the prison. And so you now have that to contend with. It is going faster. It will get you to your destination on time as long as you survive. I think
But
that I would
good
like.
news,
Yes.
that does mean I am 1 failure closer to getting to take jury rig. So
Hey,
silver lining.
that would be helpful.
Yeah, I can put us back together with Flesh Knitter when we get there. Except I can.
Well,
This is where I would use my flesh knitter skill if I had one.
if I had any.
one.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing stopping you exactly, except for the knowledge that it's a bad idea. But when has Jaxper ever
Except
let
for
that?
pending death? Yeah, I suppose that's
Yeah.
fair.
It's true.
It doesn't tend to hold us back from anything.
It's never stopped me before.
Not just
It's
death,
true.
but
It is
the
death,
creepy one
really.
taking over and him eating people beforehand.
Yeah, there's that.
So what I would like everybody to do as you are, as this car lurches forward, starts rapidly accelerating, and drives straight off the road into the desert, in the most direct and fastest route to labor and power, is I would like every single one of you to roll act quick to brace yourself or somehow otherwise survive this unscathed.
So that's slick.
Yes, that is slick.
Is that my only option? Is act quick? I can't just tough it out. No, it's.
I guess you are technically enduring hardship.
Ooh, that's another failure.
I would.
I rolled a 5.
Yeah, it's another
Ooh.
failure for me too.
9.
I
We're all
got a
gonna die.
6.
Good news though, I just leveled, so guess what I'm gonna take?
Jury rig. See now, aren't you glad that I made you roll that?
Somehow Ellis is the fastest on the draw.
I mean, I think that does make some sense. Also, Ellis is the one who's sitting up front.
That's true. I am the front seat.
Yeah. So that also checks out a little bit.
Yeah,
As it's
Jasper's
sort of
just
like
pulled in
Yeah.
all of his senses. He's not like he's trying to be a normal person and he hates it.
right. Yeah, you really hate it. The car drives over a like low rise in the desert, and your head just bangs into the top of the cab. And you are gonna take I think just one harm. You can choose to take it if you want, or you can mark it with stress. I would just take it. Those first 2 levels of wounds really don't impose any negative consequences or anything like that. It'll probably just mean that you go into this situation with that first one marked off. But there are also ways to mitigate that if you get the chance and if you so choose to do so. 2019 and 2019. I think what happens is you, as it turns off of the main path, your head kind of slams into the window off to your side. Similarly, you were going to take that 1 wound. And same goes for Maeve, but Maeve, you were trying to get over the unit to like fix the problem or get it to drive more steadily. And what happened was it pulls up and like breaks outside of the jail right as you were working on the innards, and it pitches you forward. Similarly, it pitches Ellis forward, but Ellis, you sort of catch yourself on the dashboard. Maeve, you are not so lucky, and you also bang your head directly into the dashboard. But you have jury rig now. Congratulations.
You have jury rig, so it was all worth it.
It was all worth it. So take that first wound level, and yeah, the car now like does a little like chime, like a cheerful little jingle, and it says, "We have arrived at your destination. Thank you for riding Spoober."
Ow.
Labor and power.
Extreme of profanity.
Yeah. It is terrible being human.
In
Um,
language.
I have
that he knows.
spilled milkshake all over myself in the
Where did the
midst of
milkshake come from?
drive.
No one knows.
I had it in my
Yeah.
pack. Left
Mark a
it.
gear slot. No, so you pull up outside of Labor and Power. You've been Jaxper and Maeve. You've been here before, and you are familiar somewhat with the layout. It is a broad fence that rises probably about 50 feet straight up. Has barbed wire across the top. There are guard towers at periodic intervals. Those the front two gates do appear to still be locked together, but beyond, you can actually see the building, the concrete building of Labor and Power itself. You can see red lights blinking from inside. You can hear distantly, somewhat muffled alarms sounding. And you don't see any guards. You don't see any signs of anyone living out there. But as the car pulls to a stop outside, I'm not gonna make you roll for this. You do hear a loud like whirring noise. And I think if you look out of the windows of the vehicle before you get out of it, you can actually see what appears to be a hovercraft, very sort of sleek and aerodynamically designed with like two the hover units on either side of the main body, just kind of in place over the prison itself. Beyond the building, you can see the workyard, which similarly appears to be completely deserted.
It's 2019. Can you hack into that hovercraft? I want it. I want that hovercraft.
You want the hovercraft?
I want the hovercraft.
Wait, hold on. Wait. We're stealing a hovercraft?
Are you not stealing a hovercraft? I'm not. You don't have to steal a hovercraft, but I want the hovercraft. Specifically, I want the guns that are probably on that hovercraft, and I want them to be not pointed at me. I want to be pointing the guns at other people.
All right, so I guess the conversation where we figure out if we're doing this quiet or loud, we've gone past that point after the car crash.
I don't think we can make enough noise to overcome what's going on in there.
That is a hopeful assessment, but I respect it. All right, yeah. Can we hack a hovercraft from here? Or
I spit.
You could try
into my hand.
Well, it is going to depend on whether or not that hovercraft is sort of like on autopilot, being told to hover, or if there's somebody inside operating it.
Hacking people is different. The spoober laughed, right? It like rolled onto its wheels.
No, I was assuming you were all still inside it. You can just get out of it if you want to.
But it's like functional still?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Okay. If I've undischarged my microdrones, can I use them to remotely spy on a nearby location to see if it is currently being occupied?
Yeah, I think you can do that. Let me put that up real quick. I believe that's with Slick, right? Also?
Yeah, just fucking grip it and rip it, baby.
Hey,
slop that down,
Hey.
dude. Shit, yeah, dude. Crack one for the big boy.
Right.
Thank you for the donation. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We will add one to the advantage pool.
Yay.
In your honor. It has gone up to 2. Those are up for grabs, should anyone so desire them.
9.
9. Yes, the ghost dice have spoken. You can use your microdrones. If you're using your microdrones, that's with calculating, not slick. Would it still be a 9?
It would be a 7.
It would be a 7. Okay, cool.
Just a second.
Then that's totally fine. You get to hold 2, which means the move is discharged, and you can now spend the holds 1 for 1 to ask any questions. You wanted to look into a location remotely, so I will definitely say you can do that, and we'll resolve that first. You dispatch one of your little cicada drones. It
spit it out.
emerges. There it is. You spit it out. It's gross. Everybody hates it. It takes off flying. You start, connecting it to your virtual interface that's like implanted in your body, so you can see through its little nano robot eyes. And it wings its way across this field into the hovercraft, where it like lands on the windshield, we shall say, and peers inside. You can in fact see that there is a person inside of it. They are you can't make out many details about them because they are wearing from head to toe a suit of what appears to be black body armor of some kind. On each of the shoulder pads of said armor, there is a golden cross, and their head is covered by a helmet of some kind, also solid black, with a golden cross painted across the face shield. And this individual appears to be in the process of assembling a very high-tech looking rifle of some kind. 2019 is pretty familiar with this sort of thing, so I will say that you can recognize what they are assembling as a railgun sniper rifle. It is a long coiled barrel.
Where is that being assembled?
Inside the hovercraft.
But we can see that because it's like in an open bay on the side.
No, Tayo can see that because of the drone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 2019 can see all of this through the microdrone that is like currently on the windshield of the hovercraft.
Gotcha.
Hanging on for dear life.
And
yeah,
the hovercraft is just kind of like gently circling. So,
guys, we got company. It's one of those creepy church fucks.
Oh, well, the Puritans. Yeah, I mean, that's half the reason why we're here, right? Like,
and he's got a railgun.
What? Where's the railgun?
Oh, fuck, I'm up there. I'm taking it. I want it.
What?
I want it. Give me that railgun.
Slow down. Come back. Slow down.
What's happening?
Dude, I want that. I want that gun.
Why are we so horny for gun? Holy shit.
You've got a
I
cool
wouldn't understand.
gun, Ellis.
Yeah,
come on, man. It's like a dude in a committed relationship being like, oh, why are you guys so interested in going to bars? Picking up girls. You got a nice wife at home, dude.
All right, how the hell are we going to get you into that hovercraft without, dying? So that you can get a girlfriend gun, I guess?
Gun
So
friend,
now she has become
please.
strange.
Gun friend.
gun friend.
Can
I want to date my gun friend.
There's an app for that.
I mean,
Farmers only? Anyway.
See, if I have that gun, it's not going to shoot at us. Is the other thing. So
Yeah, you like that logic. That's good logic.
good logic.
All right.
To 2019, can you get into it? Can you fuck with its system a little bit?
Can you hack the gun?
Yeah, let me see what I can
fucking
do.
hovercraft, my dude.
All right. So upon being asked to hack the hover ship, my visual interface is now like out there for everybody to see. Now that I'm not trying to be sneaky about it, so we'll just like project it. Fans out. It's all a bunch of neon pretty colors. And yeah, if I could use another charge of microdrones to remotely hack into a nearby isolated computer system, and see if I
Mm-hmm.
can at least get it to like land or hold still or close its eyes so that it doesn't see us sneaking on.
Okay.
It's flying, right?
We will.
Well,
No, maybe.
let's
Yeah.
so okay. Let's back up a little bit. So, sorry, I was very distracted by how good AK Cupid is. Obviously, that's the winner.
Yeah.
Revolver was a close second. That was very good, but AK Cupid absolutely
AK Cupid.
takes it.
Yes, sure,
Yep.
100%.
AK Cupid.
Loader
I'll agree
just
on that.
sounds very dirty.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not
Loader.
wrong.
Loader.
Loader.
I'm doing
Basically
a lot of things. I
grinder.
got a lot of stuff going on right now. It wasn't my best work. What can I say?
Loader is for guns that go both ways. They have a magazine, or you can go in from the muzzle. That's
Yeah.
Right.
Loader is just
Or
a
loader,
grinder
top loader.
equivalent.
Yeah, exactly.
We've already spent too long on this.
I mean, not enough. Anyway, continue.
So just to verify, just to make sure you understand what you're looking at here. So there is the hovercraft that the microdrone is perched on, and then there's the person in the suit operating the hovercraft. So if you want to try to hack the hovercraft, you can, but you are not going to be able to obviously not going to be able to control the actions of the individual,
Right.
assuming that they are not a robot or anything like that, which you have no reason to suspect that they are, given the Puritans' feelings on technology. Yes. Okay. So you want to try to take control of the hovercraft to pilot it over towards you, or what is the intent here?
I want to land it.
You want to land it, but on the prison or over where you all are? Because right now it's right over top of the prison.
Where we are right now, so that we can
Okay.
use it to board the prison.
Okay. I'm down
Ellis,
to
you
see what
might wanna
happens.
get your welcome wagon ready there, big
What,
guy.
what am I shooting at? Are you trying to? Okay, so we're bringing
We
the
got
helicopter.
company.
Yeah, there's a lot of people to shoot. We gotta prioritize. Am I shooting into the hovercraft that Jaxper's gonna try and jump inside of?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
What
Uh,
am I shooting? I mean,
A
so
person.
There's yeah.
just
Well,
anyone.
That guy.
Yeah.
You see the guy
No.
that's on the display.
Yeah,
That's
I'll
the
How
guy.
the
bring it up.
hell am I supposed to? What the fuck?
Do you understand how cameras work?
Yeah, I do,
You
Jax.
drive a
I also
spaceship.
yeah, I also
drive,
can't
thank
shoot
you.
a gun
Sorry.
via an iPad. I can't.
You might have to leave this car.
No, I know that. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. I meant more that it's difficult to shoot someone via the third-party vector of a cicada sitting on a laptop via iPad. The geometry is slightly more complicated that way, Jaxper. I know you haven't found your gun friend yet, but these are things you learn in the first few months of a relationship.
You are making this so much harder than it needs to be.
I'm making it more hard. I am increasing the difficulty of shooting a man inside a hovercraft via a third-person display.
He's gonna land the hovercraft. The hovercraft will land. Presumably the doors will open because they will be like, what
Well,
the
then
fuck,
I'll shoot somebody.
2019 has already left
We're
the car.
caught up.
I was gonna say 2019. What are you doing while this argument is taking place? Are you trying to hack
I
the
feel like
thing?
I'm having a fucking stroke. I might actually be having a fucking stroke. Actually, it turns out I'm continuously having fucking strokes.
That's
So,
true.
maybe if I eat this guy, it'll get better.
Oh my god, fucking hell.
Oh boy.
He's gonna take his gun
with-
and then eat the man. Jesus.
Roll with Slick for hacking and cracking. You're going to discharge that move as well. And then you will be fresh out of your tech stuff.
Did you the food's downstairs?
So, I'm going to
I
roll
would
it for
just
time.
be cracky business.
Sorry,
Hey,
I didn't realize
cool.
I wasn't.
So you're good. Don't worry about it. So just roll with Slick. Mm, that is a 9. That is very good. Um, you can do it, but you are going to have to choose two. It is no cakewalk. You can take. It's going to take a while to get in, which you do not have an abundance of time, as far as you're aware. You have to trigger an alarm or alert someone in order to get what you want, or you'll have to leave traces of your incursion behind that incriminate you.
I
Assuming you want to
suppose.
get it done in a timely manner, you probably have to pick the last two.
Yeah. So trigger an
Cool.
alarm and leave traces.
Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. What is going to happen is a bunch of things are going to happen at the same time. Ellis, you and Jaxper are still mid argument while all of this is going on.
I would say
It
I'm
is
like opening the
escalating.
door while arguing with
Yeah, I think that's totally reasonable. Just curious, before we get into the flow of action that's going to happen here, what is Maeve doing?
Um, Probably something real dumb, if I'm being honest.
tracks with the rest of the party.
Love
You
that.
know,
As long as you bring along the
I mean,
wrench.
yeah,
could be.
I'm fully armed to the teeth with my giant wrench. I think she'd probably have like sort of taken a minute to come back to. She did get hit in the head pretty hard, so she sort of was like out of it for most of this argument, I think, about the hovercraft. And when she came to, I think she would have sort of just left them to it, and if no one noticed, I think she just starts striding towards the entrance of the facility.
Oh, okay. Um, so what I am envisioning for that, correct me if I'm wrong, is the argument is happening. Jaxper and Ellis are screaming at each other about who's going to do the thing, and while that argument is taking place, Maeve kind of just like half stumbles, half falls out of the car, and then starts like, I guess, still in a daze with a possible concussion, like moving towards what she knows is the goal, which is the prison.
Yep, that
Okay.
tracks.
So then, Ellis, you get out of. So part of what's going to happen with the flow of action here, Ellis, you get out of the car and you see Maeve already like a good set of paces to the jail, to the front gate of the jail, which are locked. At the same time, the hovercraft jerks suddenly in the air as 2019 is able to take control of it, um, and starts like sort of drifting over away from the prison towards you. Through the feed that you still have maintained, 2019, you see the alarms on the panel start lighting up. An alert starts to play, and the individual inside who has the gun immediately like sets it down next to the side panel of the body of the hovercraft and moves to the panel that is currently in the process of alerting them that something is taking place. A hacking attempt is being made. Um, you see them standing over the panel and they look down at it and they kind of just like reach down behind their back and pull out something that just appears to be a handle at first until a section by section a metal blade starts to slide out. So it's just kind of like a shink 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 situation, and the edge of it, as it fully emerges, appears to almost emit an amount of light, similar perhaps to what you would have seen. Very different, obviously, from your nanoblade, but similar perhaps in what you might have seen from commercial nanoblades. And they just kind of like take that blade and then they flip it over in their hand and they plunge it straight down into the console. Um, it immediately starts to disrupt your connection. You kind of get met with feedback right away. The hovercraft, however, with the terminal that's controlling it now destroyed with a nanoblade sword sticking out of it, immediately drifts, continues that drift, and starts approaching you and the car at a more rapid pace. It starts accelerating. The person
Oh,
that you
hell,
can
Bob,
see
get the hell
2019.
out.
The person you can see 2019 removes their blade, puts it back on their belt, grabs the rifle, and then fully just dives out that side door. They throw it open and they throw themselves bodily out of it. You
How
kind
far
of
off the
lose
ground
track
are
of
they?
them. They're a good distance off of the ground. They're probably about 30, 40 feet off the ground. They dive out. You lose track of them for a second, and then the cicada is able to refocus, refind them, acquires your target again, and you see them sort of do like a 3-point landing on the roof of the prison, and then you just kind of them looking up at the hovercraft. Meanwhile, it is rapidly accelerating towards all of your position.
Everybody fucking run. I abandoned the vehicle.
Yeah.
Okay.
I grab everybody by the collar.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I've already left the car. Just
I
kidding.
was gonna say, I think we're all
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're all
scattering.
now running.
We're all running the opposite direction.
Yep. And the hovercraft, true to what you assumed was going to happen, hits the ground right outside of the prison and continues to slide, pushing up dirt until its momentum is stopped, and it definitely plows over the car in the process before it comes to a resting place, just sort of smoking. You honestly you don't know what kind of a condition it's in, whether it can be flown, whether it can be repaired, or what. That would take a lot of time to figure out. But I will say that as it came down, it did clip the top of the gates of the fence and just rip them off their hinges. Maeve, I think you are jerked out of this like concussion reverie that you are in as the two sides of those gates just wham hit the ground on either side of you with like just enough clearance in the middle for you to be standing and have not gotten hit.
Oh, she pulls a Buster Keaton.
Oops.
And yeah, that is what you see.
Well, hovercraft's down.
All right, next time I'm going with my first instinct, which is to jump into it and just murder someone.
It was 40 feet in the air. You weren't getting up there.
I could jump 40 feet.
Either way, our nail friend is now inside.
There is a split second. There is a split second of a loud buzz noise. And Jaxper, you are thrown off of your feet as a railgun round slams dead into your chest and throws you back about 10 paces or so.
I'm going to go ahead and say fully through.
Okay.
Because I've got shields. Hi, buddy.
Yeah.
I've got shields, but that's punching a hole.
I mean, yeah, you were pretty much completely taken off guard from that. Like, none of you mentioned anything about worrying about this person with the sniper rifle being on top of the building, so they took the opportunity to get a shot off.
All right, so they're still on top of the building.
That is where, that is where they landed. But I think only 2019 actually got the chance to see that in the chain of events that followed. Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, by the way.
Fine. Yeah. So Jaxper.
Yeah.
Jaxper, you are gonna take I believe it is 4 harm.
Yeah.
Let me just double check what a sniper rifle round is. No, I'm sorry, 3 harm.
It's 3.
Yeah. Only 3?
But it is armor piercing.
Yeah.
Yeah, most things cap out at 3.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So how much do each of these things take off? I actually shockingly don't.
So body armor absorbs 2, a shield will absorb 1.
No, I mean just the scratch. I'm rattled, I'm hurt, I'm knocked out.
1. Each take 1.
Each just takes 1 stress.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, yeah, so stress can be spent 1 for 1, but stress is very hard to get rid of, is the thought behind that.
But yes, each of those things accepts 1 harm point.
Yes.
All right. Let's see. I've already got one, so I'm gonna take just a scratch. I'm rattled, which when I try to click it, it keeps clearing my stress track instead. So whatever.
Doesn't want
Oh.
you to be rattled.
It really doesn't.
Just my stupid thing. I think, and then I'll take the other one as just stress.
Okay. All right. So you take 2 wound levels. You have 3 wounds and 1 stress.
Yeah.
So what wound level
No,
are
I
you
have
at?
2 wounds and 2 stress.
Okay. Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Because you gave me a.
So you're only at I'm rattled, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then your nanobots get right to work repairing you, and it to you it kind of just feels like you got a solid titanium like round punched through you by this thing. But to you it just kind of feels like you got the wind knocked out of you. Like you're struggling to get your breath, but your nanobots are already fixing you and getting you back up on your feet.
Did the rest of us see where
Sherman?
that came from?
Hey,
Oh,
Sherman.
definitely. Yeah, I mean it is a railgun round, so you could tell what direction it came from, but it was way too fast for you to follow it. You just can surmise
That it came from the roof.
because you did see the rifle, you just didn't see where this individual landed. What were you going to say to Shervin?
How much time would eating this motherfucker buy me?
Well, I mean, it doesn't actually
It
doesn't
work
work that way exactly. When Elliot consumed that other person, it was because your personal bioelectric field is not enough power to sustain 4 people's worth of nanites that you are now containing in your body.
Yeah.
But that is not the issue. The issue is not how much power it's consuming right now. The issue is that the processing power that it is taking is killing you.
Right.
So you got to eat his brain. That's what you're saying.
That's how that works.
You'd have to somehow implant that person's brain inside of your brain to double
Extra
your
brains.
processing power.
Got it.
All right.
Sure, it doesn't say that because that's not true.
That's not how that works. So I think
Classic man with 2 brains scenario.
Jaxper is gonna sort of lie there and is going to send to you guys. You guys run, go in. If they think I'm dead, then I can be a surprise.
Mm-hmm. Do you still have the drone up, Tayo?
Yeah, as long as I possibly can, if I can kind of like train it
Okay.
on our new target.
Yeah. After they take the shot, you can see them and you get a fix on them. After they take the shot and Jaxper is laying there, you see them duck back across the roof into an entrance. Actually, that's not the coolest option. You see them pull out the nano blade and they cut a hole in the roof directly under them and just fall through it.
This anime ass motherfucker. He's taking our jobs.
That's our end. We need to get up there now.
They're taking our gerbs.
Wait, why would we need to go
So
that
the
way?
gates
We knocked the gates down.
Right.
Yeah,
But
you knocked the gates down on purpose.
We're good. That was intentional.
Everything's going according to plan.
Hey, listen, it's all in the after report. If we wrote that down as intentional, that's how it went.
Right.
the gates are down, but
So,
what about all the
yeah.
guards at the
Yeah.
How are we
Go
gonna
in
get
there.
onto the roof of the building?
Climb. I don't know.
We're gonna climb. I don't fucking know. Let's go, guys. Let's just go.
Meanwhile,
you can absolutely-
Maeve has just been continuing to sort of like
Walk.
shamble.
Who's looking
walk.
for who's making sure she's not doing something what she's doing? Shit, that really scrambled my head. And my
Yeah,
liver.
you're not.
The most seamless prison
you're-
break I've ever been a part of. And I
Oh
mean
my
that
god.
You're not-
genuinely.
You old woman.
Technically, you're
Stop
here to.
bitching and start doing stuff.
Technically, you're here to stop a prison break.
Right?
But
No, we are here
sit
to
with that
co-opt a
knowledge.
prison break so that we break
Right.
out the person
We're here to
who they're
break a
currently
prison.
trying to break out.
Here to
Karis
prison
is
a break.
My mistake.
Karis is
We're here to
climbing a
prison
wall.
break.
Yeah, at
Yeah,
this
well,
point,
okay, so-
Jaxper's gonna do the same. Jaxper's, yeah, Jaxper is
So
gonna
to-
just
Yeah.
cover Maeve.
So to be clear, the gate is down. You now have a clear stretch of just walkway between where you are and the front entrance of the prison. You don't see any guards. You don't see any people. All you see is just that sort of like soft flashing red light, that distant noise of alarms sounding. Maybe if you strain your ears, you can hear sounds of like fighting or like panic, but
So
it
there's
sounds
only
like
one
it's
person in
far
this
away.
hovercraft?
As far as you can tell, yes.
Okay. And the other
Yeah, that's what I
hovercraft
said.
is still up and about, right?
There is no other hovercraft. It was
Oh,
just
for
the
some
one.
reason I thought there were two. Oh, okay.
Nope.
Yeah, I think Alice is just gonna try the front door while these two try
Okay.
and climb the outside of the prison.
So
Hell yeah,
I
team
guess
front
that's the
door.
question is. I guess that's the question is: are you splitting up into two groups?
Yeah.
Two of you climbing up to the roof to go down through the hole, and two of you going in through the front entrance, or do you want to
Yeah,
stick together?
Alice is not climbing up to the roof.
Okay.
I don't
don't
get the
think
impression
Maeve
Maeve
could.
is in
Okay.
any
Yeah, I don't think.
condition to start trying to
Yeah, I think the Nano
scale
Bros,
buildings.
the Nano Bros are gonna go together.
Our two
Nano bros.
ninja
Okay.
Nano
hyper
bros.
bros.
We're mad because the anime guy has taken our shtick.
It's
And
true.
Exactly.
We've gotta
Right.
get our shtick back.
He's eating up your fit.
You're no longer the most anime
Yeah,
people in this.
yeah.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. You can split up and take different entrances into the prison itself. Let's start with team front entrance because
Woohoo.
you two can climb the scale. As previously established, you are two anime ass motherfuckers, and you can climb the wall of the prison fairly easily
Run up the side.
to get to the roof and where you find the hole. But it is not the fastest process. Like it probably takes you a fair amount of time. Probably not more than like we'll say 10 minutes, but in action economy that is a hefty time period. Unless Jaxper, you would like to be make yourself better at it.
All right. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Let's see.
Do some math.
I'm gonna roll some dice.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say the way to play it is that you were like being cautious and doing it 100% like humans would. And that was why it was gonna take you a while.
Very human. Yes.
Yeah.
That's very good.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the smart fucking human thing. I'm gonna take a storm because this is disappointing.
Reasonable, and I'm totally fine with it. You take a storm and you scale the wall as a regular person. You climb it like you were in gym class, and it sucks. It's hard. It takes a long time. You get sweaty. 2019. I'm assuming like you are aware of Jaxper's predicament and condition. I'm assuming that you are sort of waiting for him and not like going on ahead because he will not be able to
Yeah.
keep up with you.
I'll reach the top first and always make sure that I'm like extending a hand to like kind of pull him up and shove him over the wall a little bit quicker.
Okay, very cool. Just like good nano bros do. So yeah, you help Jaxper up. You get to the roof and you see the hole that's been cut by this person that you were chasing, and you can drop down into it, basically into the middle of a cell block. The doors of said cell block are open. All of them are open, and the cells appear to be empty. From around a corner ahead of you, you can hear those far off sounds of combat, of conflict, are now much louder. You've clearly kind of stumbled directly into a conflict. Feel free to move towards it, or if you want to, or not. But this hallway that you're in, this cell block, is a dead end. It is just lined with cells on either side, and then it sort of just terminates in a brick wall. So there's really only one direction you can go in, and it is unfortunately directly towards the sound of fighting.
I am running directly towards the sound of fighting.
Hey.
Okay, we will circle back to you all as you encounter that combat. Team front door. Ellis, you and are you concerned about Maeve's recently demonstrated decision making in light of her concussion?
I mean, sure, but also, the fuck am I gonna do about it? So
Yeah,
basically, I'm just taking like cues from and stepping in front of her. Of like, well, if we're walking up to the front door, I guess I'm knocking. All right.
Cool. Yeah. You don't have to knock if you don't want to. At least Maeve would know that you've been here before, and you know that you can basically just like walk through the front doors. They're not locked or anything like that. But once you get inside, there's the desk where normally an employee would be sitting, checking people in and things like that. And then there are two much heavier doors on either side of that desk that you do have to get buzzed through, essentially. At least normally you would.
And what do those doors look like now?
Yeah.
Those doors actually presently appear to be intact, although there is nobody behind the desk.
If only you had someone to open that door for you.
I mean, with nobody behind the desk to stop you, you could theoretically just buzz yourselves in.
Oh, okay. Fair.
Yeah, I'm thinking Maeve is gonna have seen how you get buzzed in, and is just gonna like stride behind the desk and like hit the buzzer.
Yeah, and Ellis is gonna stand at that inner door, ready for it to open up.
Okay. So you hit both buzzers, Maeve?
Sure.
Or just one? Okay. So both of the doors, the one on the left and the one on the right, they both like swing open automatically. And beyond, in one direction, you can tell, Maeve, the direction that you and Jaxper were taken in, you were here, talk to Simon Riggs and posing as journalism students. That direction, leads back more towards like administrative areas. There are offices, there are holding rooms, rooms for questioning people, which is where you were taken, an auto dock unit that you walked past. But in the other direction, that would, well, you don't know that, but you can surmise that leads into the prison proper.
Mm-hmm. Which possibly hearing sounds of fighting coming from?
I think you're still sort of hearing those sounds, but you can't pinpoint exactly where they're coming from. They still sound too far off.
Okay. I'll say to Ellis. So I've been down there before. That's the admins, the guards. That's their space. The other one goes back to the prison. I'm assuming that's where he was when the fighting broke out. That's probably where we're going to find him.
Or at least where our competition's going to be looking first.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We head that way. Maeve knows her way around.
Well,
yeah,
I'm like dropping into that like bodyguard role of trying to like clear corners and stand in the way of present danger.
Absolutely. Ellis is like very familiar with this, although it's probably been a long time since you've been in a situation this dangerous.
Not that long. I've had to protect Maeve
I guess that's
semi-recently.
Well, no, that part is true, but as far as like clearing rooms and checking corners and things like that.
Yeah, that's true. It's been a while.
up to this point in Ellis's life, you had a long stretch of relative, peace and quiet,
Yep.
followed by a couple bursts of like violence finding you. So it's been a very long time since you have sort of walked into a dangerous situation, aware of how
Yeah.
dangerous it was.
That's fair. Yeah.
Um, which is just, I think, kind of a position for Ellis to be in because you are a very reactive person,
Right.
and like
Now I am on the
you've always
offense. Yeah.
and you've always been very outspoken against like walking directly into
Yeah.
stupidity like this.
Yep.
Okay, but as aware and as cautious as Ellis is, you are heading down this hallway, separate from the administrative hallway, and there are some bulletin boards on like either side. They are virtual, they are digital, and so what is being shown on them is a series of like flashing fire images that continually switch out and change. You can get a glance at them, and it talks about different programs that the prison has. There's like a big poster that keeps flashing up, shows a stylized smiling worker, very like beefy, very handsome thing, wearing the like gear of the prison that creates power from their physical labor. That says ready to re-enter society, ask a guard about working extra labor. And it's just
Gross.
more, awful propaganda like that, for the most part. Um, but you pass by those, and as you come up on the corner, it is clear to you that what the hallway ends in opens up into a mess hall of some kind. You can sort of see the like cafeteria, the metal cafeteria style tables that are bolted into the ground from where you are standing. But the this is like where the red lights that you've been seeing begin. Because the lights in this cafeteria that would normally be on and be very bright are off, and so all you can really like see is the red light. You check the corner, and you immediately see by a staircase, a wrought iron staircase that leads up to the next level, which has a walkway around the top of it. Two people in black body armor, with gold crosses embossed across their face masks.
Are they
Um,
facing the staircase or are they facing us?
they're facing away from the staircase as if they were standing guard. And they are both holding rifles, automatic rifles. And because you are cautiously checking corners, they do not appear to see you.
This is, how big is the room? How far is our entrance away from that staircase? In like narrative terms, would that be like skirmish or
Yeah,
firefight?
I would say firefight. For right now, you could close that distance relatively easily. The cafeteria itself, the canteen or whatever you want to call it, is very big. It's actually a very sizable room.
Okay.
The
Yeah, I
staircase
would say
just
that I
happens to be
probably peek
pretty
that
close
before
to that
Maeve does,
entrance.
so then like lean back around the corner, like,
Oh, definitely.
all right, two at the stairs. Are we going up? Or are we going like? There's another exit right where we'd be going across.
Yeah, I mean, you could try to make a run for it across the cafeteria, but like they would definitely see you.
Right. But that's the question: is like, do we
Um,
need to go up? Is that where he likely was?
Well, I can't imagine why they would be guarding that area if it wasn't where we want to go.
Fair enough. You ready?
I
Uh,
will give you, I will give you, I will give you one bit of information for free, which is that the entrance that you can see from across the cafeteria is two double doors with small windows set into the top of them, and a light over top of it, that says currently locked.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So what else is gonna do? Knowing his capabilities and how good he is at the things that he's good at, is Ellis is going to do a quick flick of the welcome wagon and set it in as a shotgun and put it inside of his coat, and then is gonna confidently stroll around the corner directly towards those two gentlemen.
Okay. Are you saying anything as you do so?
Yeah, basically like, oh, hey, how's everybody doing today? And like walking briskly towards them, waiting for them to see how close Ellis can get.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. They are caught off guard. They're surprised. So you can get, if you want to be within skirmish range, you can get,
That's what I want.
yeah, skirmish range, you can get within skirmish range, but like as soon as you reach skirmish range, they both like their reflexes kick in, they pull the rifles up and they point them directly at you and they
That's
go
a
to pull the
shame because
triggers.
I'm a quick draw expert. So then I'm gonna discharge a
Sure.
shotgun right on their motherfucking face.
That is an area weapon. So you will be able to catch both of them.
All right, that
You
is
should,
an 8. 8 works. So if I remember correctly, it's been a minute, but I got my rules here. So I could pick one. Well, shotgun is not area, but it has discharge, which
Oh,
is what I wanted.
okay.
Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to discharge my shotgun, and whichever one makes more narrative sense. Yeah, so I'm going to pick one, and that is discharge, and lefty or righty is going to take 6 harm.
Very cool. Lefty
This
or
is
righty,
how we
you don't
start
care.
firefights.
Yeah. Cool. You just like whip out the shotgun as they raise their weapons to target you and fully blast one of them away. They are like much like Jaxper before, thrown off of their feet back against the staircase, and they just like crumple to the ground. The other one, did you pick to avoid harm?
Can only pick one. Because I got an 8.
Oh, right. Okay, cool. Because you got an 8. That makes sense. Okay. The other one does pull out level the rifle at you and start firing. They do 2 harm.
Okay.
Directly to you.
Stress and a scratch.
All right. So you manage to like largely avoid the shot. You kind of like juke left right as they start firing. They are trying to like readjust their firing, but they're not quite getting there. Maeve, do you want to do something at this moment? Ellis has fully blown one of them away. The other one is currently firing at Ellis.
So I think Maeve is gonna see if she can't just run straight at the guy and hit him with her wrench while he's distracted shooting at Ellis. It worked before in the alley. Why not again?
This is going to take Ellis
That's true.
quite off guard.
So you're just gonna fully charge this man,
Yes, this seems smart.
or
With a
this
wrench.
individual.
With a
You
wrench.
cannot see what with a wrench.
Maeve-
How
Maeve-
Okay,
big
very
is
cool.
the
Maeve
wrench
does
for
not
this?
carry a gun.
No.
It's a big
Maeve doesn't
wrench.
have a gun.
Like, are we talking like baseball size wrench? Or
It's a big
baseball bat?
spanner.
I'm thinking it's like kind of comically large compared to Maeve because
Yeah.
it is like
All right,
It's
sort
like
of the one that would
forearm
get
sized,
used
good.
right?
for
It's
like
wieldable.
the big like pipes and stuff on the
Yeah.
the Nephilim.
Yeah. It is a very specific wrench that only works for one thing in the ship.
Yeah, it's not
Um,
adjustable.
but-
It's one like very specific
It's a proprietary
17/8
tool.
wrench or whatever. Yeah.
Yep. Like this
Or
wrench has
octagonal
been
bolts.
out of it's been like out of use for years at this point because ships aren't made with that one specific fitting anymore that requires a stupid big wrench. But the Nephilim is, not the most updated ship, so she's still got it. Maeve, roll firefight.
Is this the first time ever?
It's not.
No,
Um,
no, Maeve's.
but it
Maeve's
might
like
be the
people.
second or
Remember, we have
third.
floating advantage. Please remember we have floating.
I would like
That
to
is
use that
also true.
advantage, please.
Okay. You take one advantage from the pool.
Which, thank goodness,
Is an 8?
because that will give me an 8, which even after we added my -1 is still a 7.
That is still a 7. You can still do
narratively,
what
Ellis is
you
caught
need
off
to
guard.
do.
This is not what Ellis meant by "Are you ready?"
I mean, what did
Um,
Ellis think she was gonna do? Cause
Neither me nor Ellis has no idea. That's both of us are like, "What? All right, yeah, all right, get him, kid."
So you can do that. You can absolutely use your wrench. You run up to him. He is not paying any attention to you because he is very focused on trying to shoot Ellis right now, who just killed his friend. And you swing your wrench, and you make contact. Ellis, you see this out of the very corner of your eye.
Just
Maeve,
wrench.
your wrench, I believe.
it's too
What
hard.
would you like to pick? It is 2 harm. What would you like to pick from Firefight?
The options are for everyone at home: discharge your weapon and deal double harm.
Yes.
Take evasive action, suffer -1 harm.
I
Hold
don't think
position,
the
take
wrench
a
has the
chance,
discharge
impress or
option.
dismay. It does not. It is a melee weapon.
It doesn't.
Impress, dismay, or frighten your enemy, or disengage and take a moment to recover, which is its own action as well.
I think the smart thing is she's going to take evasive action and suffer 1 less harm than she would otherwise when this person, presumably,
Okay.
responds to her, like, basically clocking this person upside the head with a wrench.
Yeah, presumably. You do clock that person upside the head, but unfortunately they are wearing body armor. So it is going to discharge. You like run up to them, swing the wrench, you make contact with a crunch with the side of the helmet that they are wearing. I think you see it, I think you see a crack like spread across the front surface of that helmet, but you don't see their head snaps to the side, but you clearly didn't break the helmet. And you clearly didn't actually hurt them, unfortunately. Still just auto firing that gun, they are going to pivot and try to bring it to bear on you for 2 more harm.
-1.
Okay.
'cause maybe-
But I get to -1.
Right,
Maybe
-1,
dies
sorry.
out
So
of the
1
way.
harm. You have to count for 1 harm. Yes.
All right. I am going to go ahead and take the harm instead of stress. So I am now rattled, which is going to give me disadvantage to any slick or calculating going forward until I resolve that.
Okay.
All right, and then Ellis gets to go, right?
Yeah, Ellis can.
So then
But yeah, I
that's
think
gonna
she sort
be
of like throws herself,
Yeah.
like maybe around
behind
the corner,
whatever's
but
nearby.
like they definitely like sort of clip her with a bullet as she's like diving.
So rather than like, because the gun is discharged, so I need to reload it, is that I think the instinctual thing in a very John Wick, almost Hellboy move is that Ellis is going to grab the barrel of that assault rifle and jam it into their face and then shove their head against the wall. So it's a full-on melee attack.
Okay.
You do not
That's still going to be
point that gun at
firefight. And
Maeve
if you.
Delaney.
That
Even
makes
if she
sense.
started
you,
it.
So still firefight.
Yep.
Wow.
That's an 11, so I get to pick
That's big.
3. So
Mhm.
I'm going to impress, dismay, or frighten them. I am going to. I don't think that they're making an advance, so I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to disengage and recover if I can, but I'm also going to take evasive action and suffer less harm. So 1 less harm, impress, dismay, or frighten, and disengage and take a moment to recover.
Okay. Very good. You absolutely can do that. So what you do, I imagine, is like just like you described, you kind of grab the barrel of the gun, and you sort of just like shove it back at them to throw them off balance, and then you said you like sort of just slam the barrel
Grab their
into
head and
the
just because
front of
they're
the
at
head.
a stairway, so they were probably close to that stairway.
Yeah.
Just into the corner of the wall.
Okay. Cool. So we're going to count it as a melee weapon for 2 harm. And because they already, their body armor already came into play, you kind of just do it. They, the front screen, as shattered as it is, fully cracks. And it's probably very gruesome because you just broke their faceplate onto their face. But they fall to the ground and they don't move anymore.
And Ellis reloads the gun
that,
and takes a breather,
you-
and then points it at him to see if he needs to intimidate.
To see if you know, I mean, they're not, that one is at least not conscious. You don't know if they're alive or not. The one is definitely dead, even having discharged their body armor as well.
All right, then I'm taking every weapon off both of them.
Okay. So just a reminder that the way taking weapons off of people works in this system is you can now take it in place of one of your gear slots. It is not a extra gear slot or anything like that.
I was mostly just taking it to take it away from them. I will disarm their weapons then.
That's totally fine.
Yeah. So I'm going to take all of the assault rifle
I mean, like, it doesn't.
bullets
Yeah.
that they have. However that works.
Okay.
Presumably now
It
that we're
doesn't
out of
cost you
combat,
anything to like take them with you.
Yeah, that's all I mean. Is I'm preventing
Yes.
them from having fancy swords or assault rifles if they have those. If that means I use fancy swords to break their assault rifles, that's also fine.
Okay. You don't find any fancy swords or anything. You find like the assault rifles and then like a sidearm, like a pistol.
Okay, so yeah, I take all the ammo out of those things and then just
Cool.
remove them from the scene.
Maeve,
But,
what were you saying?
I was gonna say now that combat has ended, I presume that I can roll recover to handle the harm that I picked up during that scene.
So I believe recover actually is something that you have to roll in the middle of combat because it has to come into play at a narratively focused moment.
Okay, so
like there
but, like,
wouldn't
when
be
combat
any,
is
there wouldn't be
over-
any point to a
you get to heal just a scratch.
Yes.
But
When
it
combat's
says
over,
it's
just
when
a scratch
the
and rattle goes away.
scene ends.
Yeah.
When combat is over. So does this qualify as obviously the combat is over for the moment, but does it qualify as like the scene ending? Do you get to like?
Are you reading recover right now, or are you reading your wound?
No, the flow of action in combat from like the player guide. Recover is a thing, but then
Gotcha. Okay.
they've got a whole thing about when combat's over, you get to.
After the danger is past, heal just a scratch
So-
and rattled. When the current scene ends, repair armor by taking attack back or recharge.
Right. For this purpose, I'm gonna say the scene is the prison. Like
Okay.
you are moving through this building as a scene.
Okay.
And so when that has resolved itself, you will be able to clear just a scratch, I'm rattled, and knocked out. But up until that point, all these things can continue to build on top of
Okay,
themselves.
well then let me roll mechanically my recover move, because that makes the most sense. So I got a 10, so I get to pick 3. So I'll get rid of my scratch and then recharge my shotgun.
I don't think you can roll recover outside of like a current like altercation. You know what I mean?
Right, I chose it as part of my firefight because I got to pick 3.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay.
So if we're gonna
go
run
for
by
it.
those rules, then I'm gonna.
Yeah, he gets it.
mechanically
I can't now take a turn to recover, but he had already chosen to recover before we knew for sure that was going to
Exactly.
take the guy out. So
And
Yeah.
once you get into another fight,
I could then
if
take a
you want to.
turn of like just sort of like roll recover
Yeah.
while I'm hiding it and letting Ellis take care of the
Exactly.
problem. But
Yeah.
Exactly.
Ellis goes over to help Maeve up, especially.
mhm.
Cool.
All right,
And
that
were you
was
able to clear some of your stuff, Ellis?
brave.
Were you able to clear some of your stuff?
Yeah. So I got a 10, so I got to pick.
Cool.
How many was it? 2. So I readied my weapon and then shrugged off just a scratch. Yeah.
Sick. Very cool.
And yeah, I'm
Um,
gonna pick up Maeve. Like, all right, well that was brave or stupid, but I'm not one to judge. Upstairs we go.
Okay.
It worked,
You
didn't it? And I
head
think
up
she
the,
actually is going to like
It did. You're
have
right.
to like rip some cloth off to like sort of roughly tie around where she like got the
Actually, this is a great moment for this. Is before I like destroy everything that's sitting around, I'm gonna take one of their pistols and be like, Do you want something a little less personal?
Uh, I, I
Those
guess
are
maybe
a little advanced, the
I'll
big ones,
I'll
but
I'll take the pistol for
okay.
now.
Saying don't point it at anything you don't want to destroy, like your buddy Ellis or other friendly faces. All right, that's the dangerous part.
And I think that's gonna be my last gear slot because I had already declared I had the EMP grenades for the
Yes.
orphanage scene. So
Yeah.
presumably now I have wrench,
Okay.
grenades, and now a pistol. So I'd have to drop something to have anything else
Right.
on me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Very cool. So you move up the stairs, and we will switch over to our good friends 2019 and Jaxper. But I think before we do that, we will actually maybe take a quick 5-minute break. Did you want to say something, Della?
Nope.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you
Though
like
if
raised
we
your
take a
finger
5 minute
to
break,
get my
if we do
attention.
take a 5 minute break now, I'm probably the boy has just gone up for a bath. So if we take a 5 minute break now, I am just letting you know that we will inevitably have to take a 15-minute break in about 15-20 minutes.
Oh, that's fair. Okay, well
Or
then
I
let's just
will
keep
at
going for
least.
now, and then we
Yeah,
will.
let's push through to
Yeah,
like
yeah.
8.
No, we'll just
Yes.
keep rolling.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. That makes total sense.
We're a little on
We will take a slightly longer. Yeah, we'll take a slightly longer break at around 8. So in the meantime, back up on the upper level, the upperest level of the prison, Jaxper in 2019 dropped through the ceiling into an empty cell block, and then heard the sounds of conflict much closer to them around the corner. And it sounded like you were basically charging straight towards it.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. You round the corner into another cell block, except this cell block you can see on the other end of the hallway. It opens up into a much larger room, and beyond that, in that room, you can see more cells lining the outside, and also a metal platform around. So you can surmise that the larger rooms, but probably has multiple levels and is more of an open space than this confined hallway you're in with these open cells on either side of you. What you see as you step around that corner is a group of people in the tan labor and power jumpsuits. Um, that is sort of like stenciled across the backs of their uniforms. A lot of them have the sleeves ripped off. A lot of them are very dirty and unwashed, but all of them are just very physically imposing and very strong looking people. Mostly men, from all of the hard labor. And there's the second thing you notice is that in addition to those men, there are more of them eviscerated on the ground, um, bleeding out from impossibly clean cuts that look like, to both of you, like the probable result nanoblade strike. Perhaps as somebody ran past this conflict and needed to clear a path for themselves. But these very strong individuals who are still standing, we'll say that there are about 5 or so of them right now, about 6 more of their fellows currently on the ground, dead or dying, and about 4 people in black body armor with those same face shields, helmets, on the other side, holding mostly rifles, but sort of like just wielding them as clubs, because what you surmise happened is the prisoners rushed them, and now in these close quarters, their guns are their rifles are not nearly as effective.
Quick
What would you
question.
like to do?
Quick question.
Yes.
Are any of the personnel people down? Have any of them been slashed up by the person who ran through?
No. You don't see any of the people. None of the bodies that you can see from where you are wearing the body armor.
Um,
Do you have any of those grenades?
I don't really want to kill all those other people. What I would like to do is, so where are we in comparison to the other guys? To the first nail?
You are behind them. Oh, the first now people. So
Yeah.
you directly in front of you, down the end of the hallway, are the prisoners, and then right beyond the prisoners are the first now people, and then beyond them is that open room with more cells that you saw.
Now
Alright.
Jaxper has a gentle touch.
No, well, Jaxper doesn't like to kill non-combatants. He never has.
I mean, they are currently combatants, but also a lot of their friends died. Or I say friends, but a lot of their fellow prisoners died.
They're kind of more or less on our side. They're the enemies of our enemy at this
All
point.
cops are bastards.
All cops are bastards. None of these people are cops.
That's a space law.
Yeah, none of these are all prisoners.
Oh wait, I thought they were.
No, these are the prisoners, not
I'm
the.
very-
Yeah. So,
Take that back.
Jaxper is, I think, going to sort of mutter, sorry, Sherfin, and then look over at Tayo at 2019 and say, so if I straight die doing this, tell Maeve it was really fucking cool, okay? Just let her know that it was a really, really cool. And
I dead arm you.
I'm going to. What I want to do is run through this crowd of people. If not over, like I kind of want to like leapfrog over some of these people in sort of a full leap. My own nano blade extended, and I would love to alpha strike this motherfucker in the face.
Just any of the like 4 that are still standing
any
there?
of the 4 that are still standing there, I want to just sort of silently, essentially, leap full-bodied and just sink my nano blade into this person's face. I'm going to be expending a storm to do this.
Sounds good. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. So this is the. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm going to expend a storm to give myself advantage. I'm also going to be using Fury Unleashed because this is vicious hand-to-hand combat. So if I manage to roll a 10, if I manage to roll a 10 with this, I get to choose 3. Oh wait, no, that's firefight,
not Alpha Strike. But Alpha Strike gives you a lot of really cool choices as well. So when you are Alpha Striking, I believe that is with calculating.
It is.
You can absolutely do that, and yeah, go ahead and roll it as you sort of like throw yourself bodily over this pressed line of prisoners and try to nanoblade. Damn.
Okay, I actually only rolled 2d6 instead of 3, so let me just roll 1 real quick just to see.
Okay. Just to see if we can get a 6.
See if I can get another 6. Okay, no, it didn't. So okay, yeah, I got the. Okay. That's a 13. All in all.
Hell yeah. With a 10, you get to choose 2 from. You get to choose 2 from Alpha Strike. So.
Good
disarm
news.
or disable
2019
them.
doesn't have to be the one to tell Maeve how cool this looked. You get to be the one to tell Maeve how cool this looked.
Yeah.
Maybe some of the security cameras will still be on. I show you.
Is anybody getting this for the gram?
Yeah.
How cool this
Somebody's
is.
getting this.
Again, Jaxper's social media feed is wild.
No, 2019 is recording this for later hologram usage.
Dope.
Definitely.
Star is
so
still
you can
around,
disarm or
it's the only
disable
thing
them.
he uses.
You can disarm or disable them. Your position isn't exposed or compromised, or you deal your weapons harm. If your weapon has the discharge tag, you may discharge it to double the harm dealt. So basically, you can pick two.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to deal my weapons harm. So this is my nano blade, so I think it does do 2 or 3.
I think it does 3.
It is 3. So I stick that right through his face. I want to pick my position isn't exposed or compromised because what I'd like to do is basically get that into his face and then kind of go over his back, so I'm now behind all of them.
Okay.
And I still get some other choices because I spent Storm.
That is true.
And oh wait, no, I got it. I used advantage on this roll. So
That was your storm.
that was my Storm. Do I have anything that lets me do extra Storm stuff? No, I don't.
What does Fury Unleashed let you do again? You just roll
Fury
with advantage?
Unleashed, if I engage in vicious hand-to-hand combat and roll a 10 plus for firefight, I get to choose an extra option.
Oh,
But that's just
firefight.
firefight. That's a
Right,
firefight
okay.
thing, not a
Okay.
not an alpha strike.
Okay. Well, your position is not. Yeah. So basically, you just like throw yourself bodily. You kind of like, I'm picturing it as like a leap where you fully pull your legs up to your chest, and then you kind of just like land on the other side of this person, slashing across, I guess, the neck with the nano blade. Probably just full decapitating, but it's up to you.
I was actually thinking it was more like running, leaping over these people, like hands and feet on somebody's shoulders, full body extended. My knife goes directly into and through the faceplate, and then I pivot on that around my wrist, using his body as leverage, and now I'm behind them.
Once again, reclaiming your position as the most anime person in this game.
I'm gonna have to catch
I
up.
will not be denied.
It goes off exactly like you just described. It goes off exactly like you just described. The other like guards, or not the other guards, the other Puritans in the line, holding back this stem of prisoners, don't like even realize what just happened. But the prisoners absolutely do. Their expressions as you like land on the other side, they are just slack-jawed and unsure exactly what they just saw, who you are, before they have time to react. None of the Puritans are aware of you, Jaxper, so what they're gonna do is, I think, just like try to bring their sidearms to bear once again against the prisoners. 2 of them are gonna drop back, leaving just the one beside you pressed up against them, and the 2 that step back are gonna like let the rifles hang from straps at their side and pull out sidearms, and just unload a couple bullets directly into the line of guards. I keep saying that. Directly into the line of prisoners. And 2019, what would you like to do?
I guess as everyone is sort of focusing on Jaxper and the very subtle, well done.
They didn't notice me. The people who I want to kill don't know I'm there. Shockingly, despite the fact that I killed one of them.
This is uncharted territory for you.
I honestly think I'm gonna kind of just follow Jaxper. So as they are now turning around and all paying attention to him, and they're all confused, I am going.
Well, they actually don't know the Jaxper is even there, but they are distracted by the prisoners. They don't realize that either of you are there. So you can absolutely do whatever you want to do, but like the distraction is that they're trying to kill the prisoners. They don't know the Jaxper though. So do the same thing you want to do, but they're focused on the prisoners.
Okay. I'm gonna discharge my tactical cloak. and sort of do the cool blinky in and out thing I was doing before. And go through and try to use my nano blade to swipe at the Puritan guards.
Okay.
So kind of try to like
we've
blink over here, back and forth.
similarly, go ahead and roll Alpha Strike. Roll calculating.
So I think that's a 7.
That's a 7. So you get to pick one. Disarm or disable. Your position isn't exposed or compromised. Deal your weapons harm. If your weapon has the discharge tag, you may discharge it to double the damage dealt. But do you just want to disable another one of them?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, there was the other one standing up by the front line with kind of near Jaxper, and then there were the other two who stepped back with their sidearms. Were you going after the other one who was standing up against the prisoners?
Yes.
Okay. So you kind of like blur shift back and forth a couple times as you like, find the gaps in the press of the prisoners to get to the other side. And then similarly, you take out this other Puritan with your nano blade. What does that look like?
Man, I know I said it disable, but nano blades aren't exactly...
Disable can mean whatever you want. Like you could hamstring them, you could decapitate them, you could do.
Oh, okay. So, what I'm going to do is, as I'm like blinking in and out and shifting, I'm running forward, and I'm gonna like a dashing slide, and then take out their Achilles tendons.
Okay. So then the one guard who is standing there, you slide through, blurring, slash as you go. He drops to his knees in front of the prisoners, who seize on the opportunity to like surge forward, because these two fell back with their pistols, were relying on the other two to hold the line, and now they realize rapidly, the two with the pistols realize that their fellows are, for all intents and purposes, taken out of the fight somehow. They have no idea how that happened. They didn't see it. But as those two bodies hit the floor, the prisoners press forward, surge against the guards again. They are going to be off balance, but they're going to keep firing. Because you didn't get a chance to pick that your position isn't exposed or compromised, Tayo, I'm going to say that you're at this moment, your tactical cloak sort of burns out, and one of them does sort of spot you where you're crouched on the ground, rapidly shifts where his sidearm is pointed directly at you, and he is going to pull the trigger and fire at you, dealing 1 harm because it's just a pistol. So you could, if you want to use a gear slot for shields, if you want to use a gear slot for armor, I don't know which of those the infiltrator has access to.
Neither. I am going to take it as a stress.
Oh, that's true. You do not have access to either. Okay, you take it as a stress. So you avoid it. Do you do a cool flip dodge thing?
I'm going to deflect it with my nano blade.
Nice. Okay, that's awesome. Oh man, so like in slow motion, what we see is like the bullet leaving the gun. We sort of follow the trajectory of the bullet as it's flying towards you, where you're like sort of, still crouched on the ground, and you look up, see the bullet. There's like a split second of recognition, and then your hand just like blurs up, holding the nano blade, and the bullet strikes the edge of it and splits clear down the middle.
Sick. Love it.
Yeah. You defend yourself by cutting his bullet in half. And that's all he can really do before the press of the prisoners overtakes him. Jaxper, do you want to do anything? Or are you just going to like...
No, I'm going to grab the the one of those two guards, the one who whoever I'm closer to, I'm going to grab the rifle that's hanging from their side, and I'm going to point it at the other one and just pull the trigger, just like that.
Awesome. I'm not going to make you use a gear slot because you're not keeping it. You're just using it for one maneuver. Yeah. If you want to keep it after the fight, you can. But yeah, roll firefight. And I guess if you want to do... Actually, I'll let you pick whether you want to do firefight or alpha strike because your position was not compromised after your last attack.
I want to use firefight because I want the option to disengage and recover.
Okay.
So 2d6 roll. All right, that is in fact a 10, so I get an extra off the list. Right.
Very cool. Yeah. So you get to exchange harm and choose 3, except you actually get to choose 4, right?
Yeah, I do. I get to choose 4. So I'd love to discharge this weapon. I don't know what his weapons damage is, but I would love to do that.
It's 4 if you discharge it. It's 2 harm base.
Cool. I'd love to discharge it. I would love to impress, dismay, or frighten this enemy. Probably the guy whose gun I grabbed, because the other guy's probably dead.
Okay.
Yeah. I would like to force the enemy out of cover so that they are essentially now victim to all of these people they've been shooting at. And I would like to disengage and take a moment to recover.
Awesome. All right. Roll to recover. Roll plus stalwart.
Okay.
And yeah, all of that is going to happen. So just a blur of action as you sort of crouch down, grab the gun, point it at the person standing directly across from you, unload like a full clip essentially into that person who 4 damage -2 goes down, even with body armor coming into play. You got a 10 just now, so that's for recover.
Yeah,
you get to pick 2.
Okay. Yeah.
So you can ready a move, weapon, or piece of gear that has been discharged. You can perform first aid on yourself, or you can shrug it off and heal just a scratch or I'm rattled. But you would need a tactical pack to do first aid, which I don't believe you have at the moment.
I don't, but I'm going to clear that out.
Cool.
All right. Cool.
So yeah, the other one, whose gun you just took, barely has time to just like release a breathy, like you can't see through the faceplate, but like their head is tilted down to look at you, and you're kind of like looking up at them, and all they have a chance to say is just a very quiet, breathy, like "fuck," and then this like 4 prisoners are on top of them and just kind of like bodily take them to the ground and start like hitting them with pipes or like pieces of furniture or whatever they could like scavenge and get their hands together. Are the 2 of you sticking around or moving on through this?
I think I might sort of stand up and say, what's the guy's name who we're looking for?
Simon Riggs.
Y'all seen Simon Riggs?
One of them like takes a step back from where they are all curb stomping collectively this Puritan. One of them takes a step back and says, "Yeah, I saw him. He got taken. Some old guy and like he like looks, he like kind of like winces a little bit, like he's aware of how it's gonna sound. He's like, and some like robot chick."
Oh, son of a bitch! I'm gonna take off.
Okay.
Running after you.
All right. And on that note, it is 8:11. It may be bath time. Or not bath time. Song time?
Edelweiss time. I can
All
go
right.
and check.
All good.
If
So,
if it's not, I may have to just run away again in a little bit.
Sure.
But hopefully we can just swap scenes.
That's fine. We are going to do our traditional Edelweiss break, which is a little bit longer. It's about 15 minutes long. Don't go anywhere. We will be back as soon as we can. And in the meantime, we will, leave you with some songs of our own. So thanks for sticking around. Don't go anywhere. We will be back as soon as we can be. Hello, everyone. Thank you for sticking with us. We are back. We have returned from our break. Babies have been sung to, snacks have been acquired, beverages have been refilled, and we are ready to pick back up with our action-packed Nephilim session. So, 2019 and Jaxper, you just finished wholesale owning a group of avowed cultists, and helping inmates rise up against the people who are killing them. What would you like to do now? You did hear from one of them that Simon Riggs was taken by some old dude and a robot chick, quote unquote.
I'm going after Riggs. I'm going to send. You have a 2019 has a description of Riggs, right? Like what he looks like from our previous stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I pull him up in a holograph or hologram?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can share that information. At the very least, you could pull a still from like your nanobot's feed, Jaxper, and just send that over. But Simon Riggs is basically just a very at this point, because he has been held in the labor camp for so long, he is a very scruffy looking older man, bald, but also extremely jacked, and he only has one arm.
I'm going to ask him to it's basically just like you send a drone to find him.
Ooh. I am out of drone charges.
Yeah, you are
Fresh out of
stretched.
juice.
What'd you say?
Fresh out of bug juice.
Yeah, fresh out of bug juice. You are actually feeling a little spent. After all of the shenanigans with the hovercraft.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then we're just gonna keep on charging.
Okay. Shifting focus back to our to Ellis and Maeve, you rush up the stairs onto the second level of the mess hall, canteen, whatever, and there is not much up here. Oh, you missed the blasting. There will be more
Blasting is
blasting.
done.
The blasting.
Finished blasting.
There's going to be
Oh,
more
we
blasting.
We were
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure there will be more blasting before we
I
get out
don't
of
think
this.
that's the last of the blasting for this session. This level doesn't actually contain much to it. It is pretty obviously where the guards will oversee meals, because there is a like bar that is raised at the top of the staircase. But really, all that there is up here is an entrance on the other, not on the other, but a little ways down the walkway from you. It's another set of those like double doors that lock, the sliding ones that lock in the middle with the light over it, except this one, the locked light overhead of it is not lit.
So we're going through, right?
Yeah, I guess. Cautiously we move through.
All right. You approach the door, and you realize that it is not sliding open for you as you approach. You realize that the light is not off because it is unlocked. The light is off because it has been disabled. So you could try to pry it apart. You could try to restore power to it. You could try to break through it. If you had some sort of gun that was used to like shoot through ship hulls, perhaps, but totally up to you.
I mean, I think we should try and fix it first, right? Maeve, is there any way we could
Yeah, let me see what I can do. And obviously Maeve is gonna start poking at it and see if she can't figure out, is this like a quick fix or
Mm. I think unfortunately to do this like on the fly as quickly as you could would probably require the jury rig move.
you don't say.
Yeah, so I guess sorry, you can't do it.
What?
Oh, did you take that? Did you recently
Yeah.
acquire that move?
Yeah.
I'm joking.
I might have
What?
just.
What?
So yeah, you can roll that. That's with calculating. You're gonna try to hastily figure out what the problem with the door is and see if you can get it back open.
Okay. Unfortunately, I am still rattled, so I do have disadvantage on calculating.
We hate to see it.
Hate to
Still
see
shook
it.
up. What with getting shot and all.
All shook up.
Sounds pretty unreasonable.
So that is going to be
What's your bonus?
still a 8 though.
Yes. 8 is good. You have to make do. You can choose one. It won't take long to do it. It will do exactly what you want. It won't break the first time you use it.
We're going for expediency, so I'm going for a quick. Won't take
Okay.
long.
All right. So yeah, you like run up to the door. You're examining it. You're trying to figure out what's going on with it. It doesn't take you long to diagnose the problem. The panel on one side that sort of controls everything has been shot out. And you do some quick wiring. You bypass a couple circuits. You bridge a connection or two with like bobby pins or something that you have on you, and you are able to like quickly restore power to it, and the doors do slide open in front of Ellis. You step through into a larger room, wide open, dare I say, cavernous room, where the walls are completely covered in cell doors. You are standing on another similarly raised platform. Looking down, you can see that there are a few of these platforms below you, and looking up, you can see that there are a few of these platforms above you. And as you rush through these doors, a as you rush through these doors, there is a loud sound of impact off to your right. So you step out, and then to your right, there is the sound of impact as something or somebody lands on the platform. It is an individual, maybe only an inch or two taller than Maeve, wearing black body armor, a helmet with a gold cross painted on it, and gold crosses on the shoulder pads of the body armor. They are holding a large rifle of some kind with coils down the barrel of it. And they, as they sort of land, they look around, spot the two of you, turn to face you, and like sort of they take the rifle, slide it over their shoulder, and it sort of clicks into place. You hear like a low whir of like a magnet kicking in as the rifle fixes into place on their back. And as they stand there, they similarly with their other hand pull out a handle and a extending metal blade, like slides out of it, one edge gleaming with light, and they just sort of turn to face you with a very relaxed position. Their voice will sound, you will hear a voice, it's distorted by the helmet and this comm system that's coming through the helmet, but they start talking to you, and it's a woman's voice that emerges. A little distorted, but she says, "If you don't want to die, I'd suggest getting out of my way."
Oh, it looks like you brought a sword to a gunfight. Would you say we're in firefight or skirmish range?
Do you want to be?
Which side of the wagon does she want to meet?
I'm going to say you're in firefight right now. She's going to try to get to skirmish as quickly as she possibly can.
Cool, she ain't gonna. So She put her big gun away. I'm gonna take
Mhm.
my big gun out because I don't know why she did that. She's still too far away for sword fight. So
Mhm.
we're gonna use the welcome wagon to break that fancy sword of hers if we can.
Ooh. All right.
Yeah, that's gonna happen. So that's a 12. So we're gonna pick an object is destroyed. She's gonna take 3 harm. And then also I'm going to halt and advance. I'm going to impress, dismay, or frighten her. And I'm going to force her out of cover.
All right.
Because I don't know why you put that big, pretty gun out. So instead, Alice goes, oh, all right, and pulls out a fucking 50 caliber material rifle. And yeah, just the sound in this enclosed space is cacophonous,
Um,
like
quick
physically
jump.
harmful.
Yeah, quick jump because all of that happens, and from a few levels overhead, you're not sure how many. Jackspur in 2019, you hear the unmistakable roar of the welcome wagon being fired. And then we'll cut
That's an
back down to
interesting
the.
choice of
Yeah, wholesome.
gift
Sorry.
usage.
Well,
As
I'm,
in
Wholesome.
putting holes in things.
Jax like looks over at 2019. He's like, "Oh, I'm glad Ellis is having fun."
Yeah.
Just
Jumping back to the
complete face
action.
palm.
Yeah, jumping back to the action. She your ship breaking round that you fire from the welcome wagon does in fact like strike her sword. It breaks it in part. She is thrown back by the force of it. She is she does manage to like catch herself in like a one-armed handstand kind of and regain her feet as part of that motion. um Half of the helmet is blown away, revealing like the top upper half of her face. This like black hair sort of spills out from under the helmet and down one shoulder. She you can't really get a very good look at her, but she does not appear to be anything other than a normal person from what you can see of her. Other patches of the body armor are missing. It has clearly been damaged by your tremendous blast and the force of the
She
sword
also came
exploding.
out of a hover car. I'm like, that might not have been.
She came out of a hover. What?
Isn't this the woman who dropped out of the fucking hovercraft?
Oh, it is. Yeah,
I
but
mean,
but
that
she
might
like
have been.
yeah, she
rolled
stuck
across.
that landing like no problem. She's
Oh,
she's a professional. She like looks down with a very shocked expression on her face and looks back at you and she says, "All right, I'm impressed, and
I'm mechanically impressed.
I have no choice but to be impressed." um, and she will flip the railgun back over her shoulder and in that crouched position, kind of like set it against her leg, and she is going to fire it at you.
Sure. She's out of cover. I'm happy with this. That's all right.
Yeah. So she is going to fire it at you. It's going to be 3 harm, armor piercing. You all up above, Jackspur in 2019, you hear in answer to the roar of the welcome wagon that same weird distorted buzz noise that you heard earlier when the railgun round fired. I think you're muted, Della. Sorry.
I want that gun. Don't break the gun. That's my gun.
Are you? I imagine you're like manifesting this, like chanting it to yourself as you guys are like
Oh yeah,
rushing
no,
down.
Jackson,
Don't break the
Jackson,
gun.
like
sorry,
while he's
but
running,
no.
like while he's running, he's just like, "That's my gun. That's my fucking gun. Ellis better not break my fucking gun."
Sorry, bud. I apologize, but that gun's gonna get broke.
Dave, please fix my
Yeah.
gun.
Is
right.
is this happening in some sort of like a kind of like an atrium type dealie?
It's not really an atrium. It's sort of the prison proper. Like you were down a like there are sort of like a couple side hallways off of each level, but the each level of this is just full of cell blocks.
Okay.
And you are like a couple floors up from where the sound of the gunfire that you've been hearing is.
Can I don't know, force an elevator shaft open and slide down?
Can you force an elevator shaft? I mean, I think there is probably a lift, but I think it's more of just a platform that rises and falls. Would you like to try to roll something to
Yeah.
declare that there is a platform on the level that you are on right now?
Okay. What?
If you'd like
Let's
to.
see. Yeah.
Okay,
What should I roll?
let me see here.
Either if there's a platform there, or if I can kind of just like rappel down whatever the cable
Oh, okay,
is.
yeah. If you
Oh,
want to try
it's
to,
probably not a cable then, is it?
there is not a cable, but if you want to try to like rappel down or just do this acrobatically, then I would just want you to roll act quick,
Okay.
which is with
I'm
slick.
good at that. 9. A lot of 9s
Um,
tonight.
a lot of nines. That's very good. Yeah, you can do it. You are going to be off balance or rushed and have disadvantage going forward. You're going to leave something behind, and I will tell you what. Or you are pushed to your limit with the effort and you suffer one stress.
I I think I leave something behind.
Okay, you leave Jaxper behind. You watch. You watch as. I mean, how do you want to do this, Tayo? So basically, the way that it is there is an open, very wide open shaft that is going straight down, and there are these metal platforms that are around each level. And you are going to move like from the one that you or Jaxper were standing on, down about 3, we'll say, to where the action is currently happening. How does that look?
Let's say that I am doing like short bursts of wall running
Mm,
from
I,
the
so cool.
platform to platform.
I love it. All right. So Jaxper, you're watching that happening, and then I think you hear a little voice in your head that you recognize as Elliot say, like, you used to be able to do that.
Ouch.
Whose fault is it that I can't right now? I'm just
All right. I never asked to be imprisoned in here.
Control Alt Delete. Control Alt Delete. I want to delete you.
You trying to task manager,
I'm trying
Elliot?
to task manager. Stop program.
Okay.
I think he's basically just thinking in his head like bring up task manager, stop
Yeah.
program, like at him. Like
Mhm.
not which I assume is the Nano Bro version of like schoolyard threats.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
I'm
No,
gonna
I
give you
think
a wedgie. Like
right. He says, "All right, I'm going. I'm going." But it was never a problem for me. And then yeah, Elliot's voice cuts out. Are you just gonna sort of continue running to like the staircase, down the staircase to the next staircase, etc., etc.?
kind of depends. Can I from that staircase can I fire upon these motherfuckers? Or
You
there's
can
this specific motherfucker?
move to a position where you can because you've just kind of been hearing the noises at this point. If you want to run to the other side of the platform, you're pretty sure you could get a clear shot down.
Yeah, I'll do that then.
Okay, all right. You do that. You move to the other side of the platform, and sure enough, you can see this conflict that is unfolding between Ellis and the woman with the railgun. Ellis, you took
So
3
Ellis
harm.
throws up a shield like on his
Hmm.
arm and then takes the rest of it basically in physicality mechanically a scratch and rattle by like getting thrown against the other side of the catwalk, I think. Like I deflect part of it with this energy shield and then just get kind of
Very
thrown
cool.
against the other side.
Also, this is like apropos of nothing really, except that I've been trying to think of what shields would be represented as in this world because, like, the typical thing in Impulse Drive, right, is you have like an
Yep.
energy shield.
Right.
And that doesn't really seem to fit. So I was thinking about how you might have this, like, this sort of like layer built into your clothing or your armor that sort of emits a like electromagnetic pulse at a
Makes sense.
very powerful voltage, which is scrapper gear because you are out in space, and if you get hit with a foreign object,
Yeah, it's like anti-asteroid gear, right?
Oh,
Exactly.
I love the flavoring
Yeah,
of
that's
this.
fantastic.
That's so
Yeah.
good.
So a
So
lot
it
of the way
like
that kind of stuff works for ships too, and this might be even more interesting visually for you cinematically, is
Mhm.
that it's a chaff type of a thing, so that it's like a counter explosive. So like
Mm.
as it comes, rather it would look kind of similar, but it like just jets out a bunch of magnetic chaff to
Yeah,
try and like push something away.
that's very cool. And obviously, like, it's only good for one before it has to
Yeah,
like recharge or reset itself.
right,
But
'cause it blows off.
yeah, you just have this like we'll call it like a bumper, which is like
Yeah.
typical scrapper material, and
Oh,
it
I
goes
like
off
that.
in this moment. And the it does it protects you from 2, right? Or does it protect you from 3?
One. Takes me for
Oh, it
one.
protects you from 1. Okay, cool.
And then I take a
All
scratch
right.
and rattle because I get kind of jammed up against.
Right. Yeah, it definitely like strikes you. The momentum is slowed enough that you don't get shot straight through. But yeah, it does hurt you a little bit, and you do get thrown back by that. Maeve, you are on the scene, and you can do something if you want to. And then 2019, I'm going to say that you sort of like land on that platform. You can decide if you want to be close to Maeve and Ellis, or if you want to be close to her, or if you want to be on the other side of her.
I want to be on the other side of her.
Okay, so you'll be able to do something after Maeve does something.
Cool.
Maeve, what would you like to do if you like to take an action?
Maeve is going to like was just sort of like pressed up against the wall, sort of trying to avoid the fight until she sees Ellis get thrown back. And then she's actually going to sort of like hesitantly raise the pistol that Ellis handed her in the other room and fire off a shot at this woman.
Okay.
Don't shoot 2019.
I make 0 promises.
Roll
Actually,
with
I think it would be
volatile.
really funny as I start to take the shot just as 2019 drops. So here's hoping I don't
Right.
miss.
Mhm.
I
Roll
mean,
with
let's be
volatile.
real. Maeve's been wanting to shoot 2019 for kind of a while.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
fair.
also true. Okay, so that means I get to roll firefight. This is gonna be great, guys.
Yeah,
Okay.
your volatile is pretty
Plug it.
good, right? Yeah, actually.
Hey.
Unfortunately, my
minus one?
volatile is Oh, it is only
-2.
-1. Sweet. Okay, so that's
Yes.
going to be a 7.
That's a 7.
Succeed.
You hit her, and you get to pick one. You can discharge a pistol if you want to, but
I think that's what she's gonna. I think that's what it's gonna do. She like discharge. Yeah, I'm gonna discharge the pistol.
Accidentally. Maeve
Yeah.
has no
This is
idea that
not-
this is the button that she's pushed.
This was not intentional. She just like
Right.
fires, and then there's like so much more kickback than she was expecting.
yeah. You fire the gun kind of like not really even aiming all that well. And it strikes you see this woman in the body armor, you see her head jerk back, and your bullet struck the other section of her helmet that hadn't been shot off yet, which now cracks and like falls off, revealing her full face. She is actually like a very beautiful looking woman. Very striking features, very strong features, dark hair. You can kind of see from where you are like these bright blue eyes, but actually probably be more accurate to call them cold blue eyes. And she kind of like has these 2 faint scars at either corner of her mouth. And actually, as she looks at you, she grits her teeth and says, "You shouldn't have done that." And she is going to risk overloading the railgun by firing it again. The coils that wrap around the barrel of it are still glowing, sort of red hot. And I see you're
Just don't break
disapproving.
my gun.
Oh, it's the gun you're worried about. I see how it is.
I brought you back to life before.
That was when you could still use your nano, but
She is going to attempt to fire the weapon again, and risk it blowing apart into a million pieces. Maeve, that's 3 harm AP that you are going to have to contend with.
I'm going to take 2 stress, and then I'm also going to take 1 harm to be I'm hurt bad.
Okay. So Maeve, I think you get shot. There's that same hum noise. And I'm going to say this is from Jaxper's point of view because you just got to where you can fire on the situation. You run to the position on the other side of the railing. You look down and you can see the conflict just in time to see a railgun round erupt from the end of the barrel and fly straight at Maeve. And it, you sort of see it fly out the other end of her torso in a spray of blood right through her midsection. She goes down.
Yeah, I am going to drop directly on top of this person with my nano blade and just start stabbing them in the eye. I'm
Okay.
going to be discharging a whole lot of storm.
Okay.
And
You and 2019 are going to do this at like sort of the same moment. So 2019, what do? You land on the other side of her. You also see this round erupt from the railgun and shoot Maeve right through her stomach, essentially. She just kind of stands there for a second, gasping, like not even gasping, just kind of like stands there with like a shocked expression on her face. She touches it, hand comes away bloody.
Alice is like
Hands
already
down.
there. So like seeing Jax
Yeah.
fall, like the first instinct is to stand and then I'm gonna blow this woman into 3 pieces. And as
Okay.
I see the two of you like cascading on, Ellis just like drops the welcome wagon and dives on top of
Okay.
me.
Good.
Yeah, and I'm now like dive rolling and dive tackling our armored friend.
Okay.
what I
Are
feel
you?
like I really want to have happen here is that we both manage to do the full anime thing where we both like manage to stab her at the same time.
Like the camera is on like a dolly
Yeah.
around you guys.
Yeah.
As you're just-
Yeah.
I'll do
Oh,
the
it goes-
the
yeah.
the slide dash
Yeah.
under again while you go up.
Yeah. It goes black and white, and you just see the silhouette as there's like the 2 slash lines that
Yeah.
appear as they
Yep.
cross. Excellent. Very good. Both of you roll firefight.
Yep. I'm going to be using Fury Unleashed, and I'm using Storm to give me.
Okay. There is that one advantage chilling there if anybody wants to
advantage.
snatch it up.
You should take that.
Yeah, I will because yep.
Okay. All right.
So yeah, that does give me 11.
That gives you 11, and Tayo, that gives you 9 plus your volatile.
10.
10. All right, so you both get to choose 3 from exchange harm. I'm sorry, you both get to choose 3 from firefight, and then Jaxper, I know you get an extra thing, yeah.
Yeah.
So you slide tackle forward 2019. What do you want to do with your 3 choices?
Sorry, I don't have the handbook up.
It's all good. You're exchanging harm, so you're already exchanging harm. You can discharge your weapon to deal double your damage. You can take evasive action and suffer -1 harm. You can hold a position or halt an advance, make an advance or force your enemy out of cover, impress, deny, or frighten your enemy, or you can disengage and take a moment to recover.
I will. Oh, but if I discharge my nano blade, I'm not gonna have it. Whatever, I have the shotgun.
You can still use it, you just can't discharge it again.
Okay. I will discharge my nano blade and halt her advance.
Extremely cool. You get to pick another one. You can suffer -1 harm from retaliation if you want.
Sure, let's go for it.
Okay. You are dealing 6 harm with your discharge nanoblade. Oh, you know what? Actually, nanoblades can't be discharged, it looks like.
Okay.
So just 3 harm. You can't discharge it, but you can pick something else from the list if you want to. It's not super critical because she's about to get pretty
Half.
rocked regardless.
What was the one about me not disclosing my position?
Uh,
I am very sorry.
Hold a position or halt in advance is the closest that you can do with that with firefight.
Or you could disengage and take a recover.
Yes, that is also true. You could recover and try to heal one of your just a scratch or I'm rattled.
Okay. Yes, I want to.
Okay. Cool. So follow that up with a stalwart, and then we're going to resolve what Jaxper does. Jaxper, you can also choose 3 plus your 1.
Yep.
I feel like you probably know what you're doing.
Yeah. So Jaxper's gonna basically come down and just draw the knife from, basically from around here all the way through. I'm going to take evasive action and suffer take -1 harm. I'm going to... what I want to do is force my enemy out of cover, and by that I specifically mean if there is anything in this armor or on this person that will let the people that she's working with know that I am killing her, I want them to know.
Okay.
I want to force the people who have Simon out of cover.
Okay.
Right. And I wish to dismay the enemy, and I would like to disengage and take a moment for recovery.
Okay. Well, you can definitely dismay her because you all are essentially cutting her in half. You are absolutely just eviscerating her. We established the anime slash is happening, and so the only way it could possibly end is with that same sort of side profile where we see the slash marks appear and then just head, torso, legs just sort of all fall in different directions. And so you both are kind of out of breath by this maneuver. You both sort of slide to a stop. I don't imagine particularly gracefully, and you just kind of need a second to catch your breath, and that's where your recover roll comes in. So you each succeeded on that. You can each choose to clear I'm rattled or just a scratch. I believe if you rolled well enough to pick 2, you can pick the same one multiple times. Choose 2, but your enemy gets a chance to get a better position or to prepare themselves. I don't think that's going to apply in this situation, but it's fine. Jaxper, as you are recovering yourself and catching your breath, you do hear from a piece of the shattered faceplate that she was wearing a crackle of feedback, and then you hear a man's voice very faintly. It just happened to sort of land next to your head. You hear a man's voice say very quietly, Esther, what's your position?
I'm gonna pick that up. Pick up the railgun.
Oh boy.
She's gone to pieces, man. You gotta get rid of people.
Silence on the other end, and then another crackle says, who is this?
Someone who will stop wrecking your shit if you give me what I want. But I've killed 5 of your guys now. And you give me Simon Riggs and we don't have to keep doing this. Also, I have Esther's railgun now, so just FYI. I will continue to rock your shit.
I don't know who exactly you are, boy, but I'm going to give you some friendly advice. I'm going to tell you that you don't want to pick this fight.
Oh, buddy. Oh, honey bear. I don't think you know what you're talking to. So, you can give me Simon. We can walk away. Call it even. Because I got one of mine bleeding out right now, and I would very, very much like to put a round of tungsten right through your forehead. Or, you know, we can see how this goes. I'm game, buddy. I am so game.
You want Simon Riggs? You can come and try to get him. But the Lord's on my side, and he will sit in judgment of you.
You know, I want to tell you something, friend. I have died a number of times. You know what there is after you die? Fuck all. No God, no nothing, just blackness. So, you wanna give you're giving some empty threats here, buddy. But I'll see you soon. You can find out for yourself. Crush the radio.
Okay. You crush it.
I
Cool,
have got
yes.
an anime on my side.
You do have God and anime on your side. Well, he's got God and you've got anime, and we're going to see which one is more powerful.
Meanwhile, Ellis is over top of Maeve, just like digging through a
Yes.
tac pack. So I looked it up. A tactical pack can't do anything about this. Ellis doesn't fucking know that. So she's like, why the fuck the instructions on the goddamn thing's so fucking complicated? Just
Yeah,
like tearing packs open.
the unfortunate thing is Maeve is the person on the team with the skill to use the
Right.
tactical pack to
I
fix
have one.
her own current predicament.
Well, here's the thing. Mechanically, a tactical pack can't do anything for I'm hurt bad. So again,
It can if you have the field surgeon move, which
yes,
Maeve
I can.
does.
No.
All right.
No, Alice
But
is just
Maeve is
tearing
a
open
little-
things and pouring them into holes.
So
Trying to stop clotting.
Yeah, while he's doing that, I'm envisioning Maeve as like coughing up blood and is like, I thought you said the gun was supposed to keep stuff like this from happening.
I didn't say that at all. What the hell? What the fuck have you been listening to? I told you that gun's gonna destroy shit. I'm real proud of you for not shooting Jax. But anyway.
Maeve too.
Yeah. So because Jaxper is having that conversation, 2019, do you want to try to do anything? Do you want to say anything? This is a situation where, unfortunately, as Ellis so astutely noted, the only person who could really do anything about it is currently the one who's bleeding out. Yeah.
I might. Okay, so I want to run over to Maeve, and can I use a toxin to disable her ability to feel pain?
You want to administer? Yeah, you can administer an anesthetic. Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to another cicada is gonna crawl out of me, and kind of like
gross.
kind of start spraying some of this like numbing agent into the wound, and it spreads, and Maeve can't feel pain.
I fixed it. She's fine now.
She's gonna survive.
Well, she might be able to do her own surgery now.
Yeah, the real question is, does that make me able to like be like, hey, hand me that, and grab the tactical pack and just like start like blotting up and like grabbing the stuff to like basically the like foaming wound. Um,
Yeah, I think
You
that
have to make a
there's a
roll, right?
moment. You will have to make a roll, and it will be at disadvantage.
'Cause that's a physical skill for sure.
Yes.
Wait, can she lean on Ellis?
I
Yeah.
also
Oh,
want
you
to say
wanna
that
you
the
wanna roll lean on
toxin.
me?
Oop,
Yeah, I'm gonna lean on me first because I am,
Okay.
if nothing else, attempting my best to try and help with this.
Roll with stalwart.
Hell yeah.
nice.
All right. So I am going to offer some relief. May
Mhm.
clear one stress, and then I'm going to try and give advantage to cancel out your disadvantage. But that means I am exposed to danger or complication for my efforts, or pushed to my limits.
Yeah.
So I choose
Yes.
to.
I'm gonna say I'm not gonna. There's no mechanical effect to this, but I think you are pushed to your limits, Ellis, and I think you have a moment of just sitting there on the ground helping
Yeah, there's a
this
lot of
young
muse blood
girl
on
that
me.
you
Yeah.
you basically just like you basically helped raise this girl, and she's here and she's bleeding out, and you're watching her like try to fumble through her own surgery, and I think you just have a moment of you're sick of it. You're so sick of it. You don't want to do this anymore, and you're so tired of watching people you care about die, and you're so tired of everything that comes along with this life. And
Yeah, that tracks. Ellis is quite sick of trying to mop up other people's blood for sure.
yeah, you just have this overwhelming wave of defeat wash over you, and the stark like just one of those moments where you're watching something and it hits you exactly how fucked up it is.
Yep.
As you're watching this girl try to like save her own life while she's bleeding out. Maeve, you do have advantage on your thing, so that cancels out the disadvantage. So you can roll field surgeon to try to heal yourself.
okay, so field surgeon doesn't actually have a role that it specifies.
Oh, interesting.
It
Okay,
just
sorry.
says when you use a tactical pack to heal harm, you may also spend a
Ah.
use of your tactical pack to treat I'm hurt bad. And
Are
I
you
was
not
looking
supposed
to
to
try to
roll for a
find if
tactical pack?
there was specific heal harm mechanic.
No, it falls under recover because one of the options for recover is you use a use of a tactical pack. So basically, it would
Okay.
let you, yeah. So in this case, I do think I'm going to let you roll recover outside of a combat situation. You're going to roll with stalwart because you do have to be calm, efficient, and ready. You have to try to steady your hands to do this. I think there are a couple moments where you like pick up some of the materials that you have in the tactical pack, like a nano scalpel, or some of the bandages in your fingers just aren't strong enough to hold them at first. You keep like fumbling them and dropping them, and you feel Ellis, because Ellis is using lean on me. Ellis's hands kind of close on top of yours with these items and sort of steadies you, and you're able to hold them. And you can roll. That was very good. That was very good.
That is an 11.
Hell yeah.
You go
Big
to
sigh of
work.
relief.
It is not a quick. It is not a quick process. A tungsten rod shot through your midsection, and you are kind of just doing your best. Very quickly, you realize that it didn't hit anything vital, miraculously, and you are sort of able to like close the wound, and I think for the exit wound, you probably actually have to walk somebody else through it, but you do a really good job describing it, and I think this unfortunately ends up taking a little while. Jaxper, what are you doing throughout this?
Oh,
What
also,
is
just
your
mechanically, you're clearing
Yeah.
a stress along with it.
Oh,
Yes,
also
I did
yes,
catch that.
mark of stress.
Unmarked.
And I ask because I know Jaxper has flesh knitter. But, you know, using it would bring him a step closer to.
I think Jaxper is going to stand by.
Okay.
Jaxper is going to basically see if they have it. And if it looks like it's going to go wrong, Jaxper would step in and use flesh knitter. But if it looks like it's kind of going okay, he's going to hold off on that. And instead, I think be poking through Esther's armor and seeing, like, all right, what else has she got? She got anything in here that I can use? Does she have anything in here that tells us about a rendezvous point or anything like that, so that I can find where this dude is taking Simon?
I think once it gets to
okay.
the point where Maeve has like sort of done the best she can on the front and someone's helping her with the back, I think she would even like look over at Jaxper and just be like, I'm done. I'm just gonna slow you guys down. You have to go get Riggs.
So hold that thought for 1 second. Jaxper, while the healing is going on, you are poking through these objects, examining her body, and seeing what you can find. But I think it's for like a want to do something, to not feel quite so helpless in the situation. And I think, you are, while you're doing that, you sort of shift half into your headspace and half still seeing the real world, because as you do so, Shervin says to you, you know, there's no shame in this, Jaxper. This is what life is like for everyone else.
It's not about shame. Dude, it's not. That's not what this is. And let's be real. We're not everyone else.
We could be. It's scary, but it's nice.
I tried that. That's kind of what I was doing on the Nephilim. I'm not human. I'm not. And I don't particularly like pretending to be human. I don't want to be human. I want to be me. And I want you to be you, and I would like Elliot to be Elliot so I can kill him again and he can stop being Elliot. And I would like 19 to go back into his body so he can be a weird robot. How you doing back in there, 19? Don't answer that. You've got a job to do. I don't want this. But this is what I've got. So this is what I'm going to use. And I'm going to use that, and I'm going to use this railgun. I've got a railgun now. I'm going to focus on being happy about the railgun. Not about how fucking useless I am when someone I care about is hurt.
I think you're wrong about that. I am human. And Elliot is human because all that being human means is living and breathing and existing.
You're not doing a whole lot of breathing right now, my dude. So...
I was, I suppose, would be more accurate. I forget sometimes in here it all feels so real.
Because we're not normal. It's okay to not be normal. It's fine. Look, we can get philosophical about this all we want, but the fact is, right now, the things that are keeping us alive are the things that make us inhuman. So we're gonna fucking celebrate that shit. And we're gonna, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but it's gonna involve, this gun, and it's gonna involve, that smarmy motherfucker on the radio's face. Yeah?
Do you know what the most human thing you could possibly do is? What defines everyone? The one trait that all of humanity shares?
Rationalization of action.
The ability to find a perspective that suits their narrative, whatever narrative they need in that moment. You say that us, that what we are, is the only thing keeping you alive. But I say that we are the only thing killing you, Jaxper. And if that's not human, I don't know what is. And then you are jerked out of your headspace by Maeve talking to you and saying you need to leave her behind.
What?
Yeah, what the hell are you talking about? This is not a safe spot. We can't leave you here.
And we're not gonna catch Regs if I'm limping along with you all. So, look, that we ran into two guys on the way here. I'll just head back outside.
There's no there. Oh, there's got to be a garage. All right. There's got to be a garage with vehicles. You can find us a getaway vehicle. There you go. Now you're helping. Can you find us a getaway vehicle?
Sure. Just catch him.
Oh,
Right. What's the plan? Where are they grabbing rigs from? We took down the hover car. Like, what's...
They took him already. This jabroni on the radio already has him. Him and some robot lady, they said. But we're gonna take him back. So we need a vehicle for Maeve. We need more information. We gotta find out where they are. 19, can you 19, can you get into the radios? Or can you get into the security, any remaining security system around here?
I can try, but again, I'm low on bug juice. Bug milk, I think, actually.
Low on bug milk.
Low on bug milk.
Yeah, we called it cicada milk, right? Or something like
Cicada
that.
milk?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, if that's the plan, all right, let's go grab wheels. So Ellis is gonna like grab Maeve bodily, like
Okay.
sling the welcome wagon back under his coat, and like, I don't know, whatever makes most sense for where there'd be a garage, but
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. So I guess my question is, are you trying to find um so are you trying to find another place where there might be vehicles to make an escape, or do you want to check on the one that is crashed outside to see if it's still operable? There's the hovercraft that crashed. You're not sure what kind of a state it's in, but it definitely wasn't like it didn't go up in a ball of flames or anything like that. Um, totally up to you.
I would lean on the
Oh,
technical expertise of our mechanic. Uh, like, she also has experience in this facility. Like, is there gonna be a garage with a Humvee in it, or
They
should
didn't
we head to
exactly
the
take
shop?
us on a tour when we were here before, so
Sure.
can I maybe pull up a map and roll
Um,
something since I've kind of
yeah.
discharged everything?
I think you'd have
That
to discharge. I think you'd have to roll scope it out.
I guess technically I do have my setup move, which I
Uh,
always forget
there
that
is
I have.
that. Scope it out is pretty much built for exactly this, but if your setup move is better, you could try to do that.
It is slick. It is
Uh,
better.
though, yeah, okay. I mean, we'll say that this is you using skills and gadgets for sure. Well, this does kind of feel like something that you're supposed to do before you
Yeah,
start the
that's
job.
fair. Okay,
Um,
I'll roll scope it out.
yeah, let's do that. Calculating.
Womp womp.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
I
Okay.
sneeze.
Um, ooh, all right.
Womp womp.
You 2019,
Warning.
you like attempt to interface with open connection that you found in the prison to see if you can kind of like bypass maybe some security settings, some firewalls, and maybe get access to some of their internal um, information, layout of the place, and things like that. But when you enter, you are immediately assaulted by another presence on this network. There is something else connected, something or somebody else connected to it, and it becomes a bit of a struggle between the two of you, in regards to your like processing speed and ability to work through code and adjust it and things like that. You're basically kind of like stuck in a battle where like somebody is trying to hack you while you are trying to stop them from hacking you. And I actually think, well, yeah, we'll go with that. You rolled two ones, which is the worst thing you could possibly roll. And you lose is what I'm going to say. You lose that fight and you get a little bit hacked. You have this perception of a shadowy figure, almost like this is sort of how your virtual interface is like visualizing it, how your brain is processing it, is sort of this animalistic, maybe like a big cat or something like that, that's sort of crouched in shadows that you can't quite penetrate, but with like glowing red eyes. And it you lose this battle on the net, and from these shadows you sort of get like a Cheshire cat grin. And you hear a voice say, "Oh, there you are." And then you manage to sever the connection.
I sever the connection, and it's like you are waking up in the middle of the night from a night terror, and you're cold and you're
Yeah.
sweaty.
So the rest of you would see that like 2019 just kind of like sits up suddenly, sharply, gasping for breath, sweating,
You okay?
shaking.
What happened?
Someone else is here,
In the
or
system?
at least watching us, but I don't recognize it. But someone just kicked me out of the system.
So you do not have a map, and you don't know anything about. You don't have access to any security cameras. You don't have access to a map. You're locked out.
We're running blind here.
Great. Is there a terminal anywhere near us?
Well, yeah, we'll say you haven't actually seen one, but if you ask that question out loud, Ellis, you and Maeve passed one back in the mess. And if they relay that information to you, then you can make for it if you want to.
Sure, yeah, I mean, we would be open about that.
Back this way. There was one.
I want to make contact with the terminal, and I want to dump Elliot into it.
That is very interesting. That's going to be very interesting. Okay. All right. You walk over to the terminal, you set your hand on it, and you
I think you say it's you hungry, bud?
you make contact with the terminal and are back in your headspace, but like fully this time. And Shervin is still standing there, but that concrete wall, you can see cracks starting to form, and Shervin looks very drawn and thin. There are huge bags under his eyes. He looks very tired, and he looks at you and he says, "Don't do this."
Elliot is killing me. He's killing you. He's killing all of us. His nanites can't exist for long without a host. I'm offloading him. He's going to be useful one last time before he goes.
Jaxper, you think he's going to lay down and die? You're putting him in a network, Jaxper. He's going to... The wall shakes. He's going to find someone else, or he'll find a way, Jaxper. This isn't what I meant, and you know it's not what I meant. The wall, the cracks get larger, and Shervin looks at you, says, "Please don't do," and then cuts off because he flickers and disappears, and the wall stops shaking, but in his place, Elliot is standing there, the same way you saw him the last time. Sort of just a smallish, mousy-looking man with brown hair, brown eyes, very unremarkable, but that same sort of twisted smile that doesn't quite touch his eyes, that same sort of like, wait, that same sort of predator stance. You rang.
You're gonna do a job for me, bud.
I live to serve.
Here's the thing. You know what I was always better at than any of you? Rewriting our code on the fly. So, to make sure that you do live to serve, and in that space, Jaxper is going to shove his fist directly into Elliot's chest and is going to time limit his code and basically implant a self-destruct mechanism.
Okay.
I'm going to
Boy, oh boy.
I'm gonna tear down. Basically, his nanites are gonna go in there, and then they're all gonna shut down. If he steps outside the parameters that I have set for him.
Okay. He like grits his teeth as you start to do it and tries to fight back against you. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be staring into the abyss for sure. Roll with alien.
Sure. I would like very much to use another storm here. Which is my last storm for the day. So I feel like I'm going to need advantage.
If my nanites are in there, can they lean on me? Oh, never mind.
That's a 10.
That's a 10. So, love the thought. Could not possibly change the outcome because that is the highest you could roll on it. You are, yeah, okay, you do it. And, you can do it. The abyss will answer, and I will ask you one question. What's the flaw? You got to pick a flaw. What's the one mistake that Jaxper makes? What's the one thing he messes up about recoding his brother, who is like fighting back against him the entire way?
This will destroy his nanites. He will no longer have nanites to use the power. I am dumping all of that into this system, and it is not a system design that they are designed to support or that this is going to work.
Okay.
The flaw is that I'm going to give you two options, actually.
Okay.
I have to, but I'm going to give you two. There are two flaws, or two potential ways that his nanites, he can survive this. One is that his nanites get back out, reinfect me, and can remultiply in my system. Since I am built to take nanotechnology. The other thing is that if he is also good at recoding himself, he could potentially still survive on this network, or at least like the aspects of him that our code could.
Cool.
So those are possibilities.
Okay. Very cool. I like it. You do it. There's a time bomb essentially. The nanites will die within that time limit. And they will take Elliot's consciousness with them. You dump Elliot and his nanites fully into the machine, and you immediately you did not know how much you were taxed, how much your system was taxed, how much your body was taxed until you removed this part of the burden from yourself, suddenly you feel 20 pounds lighter. You can think more clearly. You realize that there's been this sort of like low grade throbbing in the back of your head that you've just kind of gotten used to. And that sort of lessens, that this pressure lessens.
As he's going, what Jaxper will say is, take out that intruder, get me some information, and maybe I'll let you back in.
Okay.
And sort of walk back. And I'll, like, leave, like, he'll be able to still contact me on, like, my heads-up display and stuff like that. Like, our, like, local area network.
Okay. Cool. You all stand around, like, okay, so basically you all see Jaxper walk back to you. He seems different. He seems, lighter.
We should have a map, or at least the intruder dealt with, shortly.
You got something
How'd-
going on here. What's wrong?
I dumped Elliot into the prison security network.
Wait, didn't
What?
you like have a whole concern about jumping him just anywhere?
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that like a super bad idea? I don't understand. Hold on.
I reprogrammed his nanites to self-destruct in approximately 5 minutes.
Okay, well, you reprogrammed him. What's stopping him from reprogramming himself again?
I'm way better at this than he is.
Okay.
Maeve, you just
You-
got
Kind
shot with a railgun and survived. Let's like focus up.
Jaxper, you were better at this. We don't know. How long have you guys all been running around separately all this time? Do you honestly think that he hasn't possibly changed in that time?
You know I don't. Like, no, I don't. Because fact is, Elliot's a dumb fuck. Yes, it's possible that he's figured out how to rewrite his code on the fly, and do all that, but he's probably hasn't been practicing doing it defensively in the same way that I have. He's an idiot. So,
Seems
yes.
to be a family trait.
You all hear on your comm unit Elliot's voice. And he says, he says, I found them. They're out by the hovercraft.
So I guess we're all going to the hovercraft then.
Yep. Jax will reach back and take back some of the nanites. Like, just enough to repopulate. Not enough to, like, just enough that they will eventually repopulate.
From the terminal?
Yeah.
Um,
Can I do that? I told him that if he
I don't think you can.
Okay, I told him that if he did the thing, I'd let him back in. So,
I will say this, he does not come home,
okay.
quote unquote.
Okay.
All right, what are you doing?
Do we leave him? We can just... Is that
Yeah.
safe?
No. Do we have another option?
They're going to get away. You will hear that voice as well.
You gonna do something about it?
Oh, what?
Would you
happening.
like
All
me
right,
to,
we
Master?
gotta go. I'm gonna grab Maeve and start heading towards the hovercraft.
Okay.
This is
Yes.
so over my head.
As you wish. And then the voice. You stop hearing the voice.
You kill Riggs, I will nuke you.
Okay. You grab. You are taking Maeve and you are heading to the back out to where the hovercraft was, where it crashed out front. Very cool. Yeah, you make it through the prison. You pass, a few more of the people that you see some of the Puritans that Maeve and Ellis dispatched on their end as you head back down the stairs and then out to the front desk and out onto the front yard of the prison where you can in fact see the hovercraft where it remains. And there is, sure enough, in the distance, you can see standing outside of it. Actually, you can't see anyone outside of it. You just see the hovercraft. Well, you just see the hovercraft, but you see the hovercraft, and you can see where the turbines are spinning, and it's like it rises up a little bit, and then just like crashes back down, and it does this a couple times.
Oh, okay.
What do you do?
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get on that hovercraft.
Yeah, didn't you
You're gonna
say
get on that hovercraft.
next time you were just gonna run and jump on the hovercraft?
I'm gonna get on the hovercraft.
It was a promise.
Okay.
It was a promise.
Can we can I help Jack Spur by kind of throwing him while he's jumping?
Oh yeah.
You want to do like a fastball special?
Yeah.
Isn't it on the ground? Wait, how far off the ground is it?
It hasn't actually gotten off the ground. It is like rising a couple feet and then settling back down because it is not able to lift itself.
You just want to throw
In its
Jack
current-
Spur, period.
Yeah, I just want to throw
Yeah.
Jasper.
Okay.
Really, I've kind of always wanted
Because-
to do that. But
It would be cool, and you have the power of God and anime on your side.
That's right.
absolutely.
Gotta lean into the anime.
Mm-hmm.
Once
Once we started leading into the anime, we started rolling better. So
Yeah.
True. 2019 roll, lean on me, roll with stalwart. Jaxper, if you want to just, I guess, jump onto the hovercraft from the door of the prison. I think it's gonna have to be act quick. Yeah, you are negotiating through danger to a goal.
7.
That's gonna be enough to do it, but you are gonna be exposed to danger or complication for your efforts. So Jaxper, you can roll with advantage. Roll act quick with advantage.
Ah. Thanks for the advantage, bud.
You're welcome.
Do you have slick?
No.
Okay. That's super cool, and I like that a lot. What happens is you go to jump onto the hovercraft, and then from the side door of the hovercraft, what you all see is Jaxper leap into the air with a superhuman jump, and then something from inside the hovercraft leaps with an equally superhuman jump and catches him in mid-air by the throat.
Oh lord.
It lands a little ways in front of the hovercraft. We'll say that it actually lands between the two halves of the gate where they fell, and then rises to its full height, which is only about 5'8" or so. You all look and you see a woman, but a heavily cybernetically modified woman, very openly so. A lot of the time, exposed cybernetics or obvious cybernetics are a sign of not having enough money. It's a status symbol to have augmentations that look normal. She is making no effort to conceal what she really is. Both of her legs are clearly metal, robotic. Both of her arms are clearly robotic. She is wearing sort of like almost like a one-piece swimsuit that has that gold cross emblazoned across the front of it. Half of her face and her neck similarly is robotic. She has two glowing red eyes. The only thing that doesn't appear to be is the top of her head, where her bright flaming red hair spills out down one shoulder, and then sort of like her face from this point to where it meets her neck. And as you watch, as she stands there at about 5'8", sort of holding Jaxper by the throat above her, these like gears and pistons in her legs switch. Her legs reverse direction, and she rises. She gains about another foot of height, roughly, maybe like a foot and a half. And as you watch, Jaxper, you would be especially aware of this. The hand that is wrapped around your throat starts to glow red. Smoke starts to rise from where she is holding you by the throat. Her other hand similarly starts to glow with this red light. You realize that she has integrated heating elements in both hands. And she's just sort of holding you there, burning you slowly, even as you're healing it, even as your nanites are healing it. And from out of the hovercraft, a little bit slower, steps an older man wearing priest robes. White collar, long black robes, golden cross emblazoned down the front of them. He has a shock of white hair on his head and a scar that runs down the side of his scalp, dividing the hair in half. He has a beard, and he similarly has a very obvious robotic arm, but he only appears to have one. He steps out. He carries a gun in the other hand, just a normal assault rifle. And he stands there and calls out to you, "Now, I told you. I did try to warn you. Lord is with me, and you will all face judgment." Delilah?
Ellis raises the rifle and is like,
One-
I'm sick of all this
one
goddamn
second.
talking.
Yeah.
And Ellis
Yeah.
blows a hole in the fucking hovercraft.
Yeah, Jaxper
1
pings this
second.
woman with laughing emojis and fills the
Yeah.
whole. Yeah.
1 second. He says, "Delilah, kill the boy." The hand starts to close around your throat. You can do whatever you want. You can ping with emojis. You can absolutely do that. Ellis, if you want to blow a hole in the side of the hovercraft.
Whatever. Jaxper will be fucking fine. I'm sick of these two people having this goddamn pissing contest. So just fucking shoulder the rifle and just, again, been a shipbreaker for years. Like, I don't know how to fix something, but I know how to break it. So just gonna put a bolt. Yep. So 3 harm is done to the ship, but mechanically an object is destroyed or a system or device is shut down or damaged. Whatever makes the most sense.
The back
your
half of
hovercraft,
the
I'm done.
hovercraft, the back half of the hovercraft goes up in a fireball, fully, and I think it actually pitches the white-haired man off of his feet. He falls forward and begins the process of righting himself. But the immediate thing, is that this glowing
and again,
red hot
keeps
hand
walking
is,
forward, like
Yes.
breaking. It's like, Jax, will you kill that woman already?
Working on it.
Jaxper, would you like to kill this woman?
I would like to kill this woman. I would very much.
You may attempt to kill this woman.
I would like to attempt to kill this woman.
Yeah, Jaxper is going to going to ping her with just like sorry about your luck, and is going to
Sorry about your car.
is going to take his nano blade and just straight up cut off the hand that's currently choking him.
Nice.
And fall to the ground.
Okay.
I assume that's
Love
fair.
that. Yes, that is definitely
Love
fair.
that for you.
Yeah. This is probably not vicious hand.
I mean, it was.
Probably not.
Yeah, it's pretty vicious.
Well, it's pretty
There were
vicious.
hands involved.
It's true. There were
There's
hands.
hands. Well, that's pretty vicious hand-to-hand
There's
combat.
hands.
That
There's hands.
doesn't-
I'm cutting off.
Doesn't
her
get
hand.
much more hand-to-hand combat. Ooh.
Well, okay. In that case, I'll take
Damn.
it.
There aren't hands anymore.
There are
There's
not
3
hands
now.
anymore.
Fewer hands
Yeah.
involved in this hand-to-hand combat.
So you are rolling. So you rolled a volatile. You're doing firefight, right?
Yep.
So you have 3 harm. You can pick 3 options, and if you're doing your storm move, you can do that as well. Or your tempest move, rather.
My tempest move. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take evasive action and suffer less harm. I'm going to do 3 damage to her.
Okay.
I am going to hold position. I want to and I want to basically what I want to force her out of cover. I want to force her into a position. She's made herself a great big target. So
Yes.
I kind of want her to be sort of surprised at the fact that, oh hey, this boy does not in fact need oxygen as much as some people do. And just so that she's not fully prepared for what's coming.
Right. So you kind of like what I'm picturing is you kind of like use the nano blade. You sort of like slice through the hand at the wrist, and then you like drop to the ground a good 5 or 6 feet to make her a very obvious target for your friends with guns.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
And she is a little bit caught off guard by that. Definitely. Cool. That happens. You are going to take 3 damage from her hand in retaliation as part of it. Strange thing, when you drop to the ground, the hand does not let go, nor does it stop superheating itself.
Okay. I'm gonna have
That's
to
fun.
I'm gonna take that off. All right. I'm taking just a scratch, and I'm rattled. I
Okay.
do because I took that. I'm taking 1 less harm. So I'm gonna take 2. Unless she's discharging a weapon at me, in which case.
No, she cannot discharge those, as far as you're aware, or at least she can't when it's disconnected. You don't really know. Who wants to do a thing? Ellis, you shot the ship. Jaxper, you freed yourself. 2019 and Maeve, if either one of you wants to do a thing, go for it.
I mean,
It's a big robot lady fight.
I think Maeve learned her lesson, and I'm just going to sort of try and get behind a something in order to recover.
Okay. Love that for you. Yeah, you can absolutely just kind of like duck behind you can absolutely just kind of duck behind like a guardhouse that was seated out here. Roll stalwart to try to get your bearings about you. 2019, what would you like to do?
I would like to pull out my shotgun, I guess, and
Okay.
try to dive roll in to get an angle on her, and from the
Okay.
ground,
You can absolutely do that, and I'm actually going to let you roll with advantage because of Jaxper's move. Basically just like making her a big target. She was kind of counting on the fact that she was using your friend as like armor almost. So go ahead and roll 3d6 plus your volatile and take the 2 higher d6s.
And my total was 8, by the way.
Cool.
So it's I get to
so-
choose 2,
yeah.
but it takes too long, essentially.
Sorry, I got
Okay.
a 9.
You got a 9. Yeah, cool. Which means that you get to exchange harm and choose 1 from the list. Discharge your weapon to deal double its harm. You can discharge a shotgun.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
gonna discharge the shotgun.
Okay. All right.
It's a big 6.
Yeah, that is a big 6 damage. So you kind of just like dive, roll into a position, level the shotgun at her, and just fire away. She
Right in the
takes
same
it
spot.
full on.
Maeve took the railgun.
They didn't
Oh, just
take-
like-
Nice. Okay, like stomach
Well,
area.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see what you
Dramatically.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. He takes a step back with these weird reverse bird feet almost.
Oh.
And she gets rocked back on her feet, and she takes that big 6 damage. The bathing suit sort of thing that she was wearing gets torn away, and you just sort of see a torso of like steel cabling underneath.
Leotard. It's a leotard.
I'm sorry, yeah, a leotard. That's
Sorry.
better than weird bathing suit thing. Yeah, the leotard gets ripped away and reveals just like the steel cabling thing around her where her torso would be.
Angry electric snakes. Just
Yes, chest snakes. That's a good idea. Thank you.
Snake guys.
Ooh.
welcome.
But you do not avoid any incoming harm 2019 because what happens now is you are gonna get shot by the old man. He hits you with the rifle from where he is standing because you paused to shoot the robot lady. So that's going to be 2 harm from that, and it is going to be armor piercing.
His assault rifle is armor piercing? What a bitch.
Yeah.
Rude. By the way, the end result of my recover is that I am gonna have I'm gonna reset my pistol so it isn't discharged anymore, and then I am
Nice.
going to shrug off the rattles.
I am at
Okay.
full stress.
So
We
a
get to take a
calamity will
calamity,
occur.
but I mean, yeah.
I mean,
Don't mark. You don't have to mark anything. I have an idea. So full stress, clear your stress track because you can start over now. And then actually no, keep it
Just keep it full.
locked. I think that. Yeah, keep it full for now.
Yeah.
Until the scene ends.
Well, that plays nicely into what Ellis
Yeah.
is going to do. Because to Ellis,
Yeah. What is Ellis
robot
wanna
boys
do now?
handle robot, leotard, angry snake torso. The priest is mine. So, like, the priest aiming at Tim's like, well, that was a dumbass mistake. I'm going to rack the 3rd round that I have on me, and I'm just going to blow up his assault rifle.
All right.
Nope, I'm not. I'm going to shoot at
you're
him, though.
not.
So the heavy round goes like careening off behind him, but like, cause that's my time. I'm like, well, all right. Either way, I'm still just walking in on the old man, ready to.
You
do
killed
whatever I
Simon
gotta do.
Riggs.
Oh no, this is the priest. This isn't Simon Riggs. Right.
No. So here's what happens. Actually, this is the priest. Yeah, but Simon
Yeah.
Riggs was in the hovercraft. Well,
I'm
never
sure
mind.
he's
You don't
fine.
know that. Who knows where Simon
I'm sure
Riggs
he's
is?
fine.
What happens? Here's what you say. You barely even need to aim this thing. As long as you control it, that's the real trick to using a shipbreaker. You fire it, and it goes flying towards the priest. As it does so, the back of his robes rip, revealing 2 towering sets of metal wings
What the fuck?
that they like sort of just like and then fold in front of him, and the shipbreaker round hits them and just pings off skyward.
Yeah, well, that'll cause Ellis this time. He's like, the hell?
Is Alice like, oh,
You got something to
what
say?
are those?
No, Ellis's response is, the hell? Like, so yeah, I do
Billy
not
got something to
continue
say?
advancing outside of skirmish range or firefight. I guess I'm probably
Okay.
still in firefight range. Like,
Yeah.
excuse me.
Definitely still in firefighting range. But he is going to actually take that opportunity, I think, to the wings, after blocking your shipbreaker round, actually spread back out to the side, and several jets set into them sort of ignite all at once, and he kind of just rockets towards you.
Okay, fair
Slides
play,
to a
that's dope as hell.
slides to a
That's
stop
anime as shit.
right in
That's
front of
anime
you.
as shit.
It's very anime. This is the most anime thing we've ever
Oh, he
done
does
by
have
far.
anime and not on his side.
No, I do. That's the
He-
name of
he
my railgun.
does. I
Damn
tried.
it.
I know, but I tried to warn you. He has the power of God and anime on his side. He slides towards you, and as he does so, like at the last second, the wings flare out to the side, so he pulls up short. He lands in front of you like 1 step, 2 step, and then the wings swing back out in front of him with these two sort of what would be pinion feathers that are clearly very sharp. One hits Ellis in each shoulder and lifts him bodily off of the ground. And he's a little bit impaled. You're actually only going to take 1 harm from each of those, because they are not, hitting vital areas. Yes, 2 total.
That's fine.
Um,
I have.
they count as like separate things for the purpose of like armor and whatever, but I don't think you need to worry about that.
Nope.
But as he does so, as he sort of raises you into the air, he says, I tried to warn all of you. I thought you were innocents. I thought you were bystanders, but now I see that I must cleanse the face of creation of your presence. For I,
Damn, you're mouthy
I-
as hell. Jax, will you kill this man?
Jaxper is
he
going
is
to
mouthy. He says, he sort of roars over you even as you quip at him, and he says, I am Gabriel. I am his agent, and I judge you unfit. Jaxper, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna
God damn.
pull the superheated claw off my neck and just whip it at him.
Okay.
just like, just.
This
all
is
of
equally
my-
great if you hit him with it or if you hit Ellis with it.
Yeah.
Either way, this is fantastic.
I
Yeah,
really
I'm
want
just-
you to hit Ellis
just-
with it.
Well, what
Wow.
I'm really aiming for is his
Hell.
wing, because I've got this superheated piece of
Yeah.
metal, and I imagine my throat is a ruin. Like, I cannot.
Yeah,
whip
it's
at
not
this man.
good.
Like,
No.
it's healing, but it is a wreck. So yeah, I'm gonna whip this claw at this guy, hopefully causing him to drop Ellis.
Okay.
Guess that's firefight.
It would be firefight, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, is your goal to damage, or is your goal to just get him to drop Ellis?
Yes.
Okay, then firefight.
Yeah. That's a 6. So even if I okay, that's a 6, and I'm gonna take storm
Okay.
because this didn't work. That makes me mad.
It didn't work. You're very mad about it. You
So mad.
throw the hand at him. You throw the hand at him, and the robot lady, Delilah, he called her. You now know both their names. He's identified himself as Gabriel. He identified her as Delilah. She holds that stump out towards it, and it's as it's flying through the air, it stops, and it just like gets called back to her hand.
Oh.
Jaxper like whips around and points at her and just says, "Horseshit."
We are outclassed, friends. This
But
is
it's
bad.
so cool.
See, I thought that
you-
Jax was going to
you-
use that nice gun that Jax was so proud of.
I needed to get
You
this
cast,
thing off of me, and it was right there.
You did. You cast Burning Hands. It is ineffective.
Yeah.
And yeah, so he's impaled Ellis. She hasn't done anything in a minute. She is actually going to I think just like reach for Jaxper again. Like she calls the hand back to her, and she is going to reach for him again. You're very upset about it, but it's about to happen. And she grabs you, not by the neck this time, I don't think, but she grabs you by the shoulders, with these pieces of metal. They're two hands. I'm not going to make you take 3 damage twice, just 3 damage. As she like lifts you back up with like both hands clasped, and actually as she does so, you can feel the like pistons and motors in her arms start to just sort of like compact you, even as it just sort of forces these superheated hands further and further into your skin, just cooking you alive and squeezing the life out of you. 2019, Maeve, would you like to do something?
So the thing I want to do in character, I know out of character is a
Mhm.
bad idea.
The
Tell
way
me
I'm taking
more.
it, Calamity.
Yes, good.
Because I think Maeve at this point would see all this happen, go, well, this pistol ain't gonna do shit, and would
But an
reach for
EMP
one of
grenade.
those EMP grenades.
No, Jax is doing better now. Elliot's out, so yeah. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Oh, the EMP grenade would be great right now.
It's true. You want to try to throw an EMP grenade?
I am gonna try and lob one of these EMP grenades into that chaos that is happening in front of me, where all of our usual tactics are just completely falling short
Help,
in the
I
face
talked
of
shit and I got
whatever
hit.
these people are.
Good. Roll with
Good,
firefight.
great.
Roll volatile.
Finally get to use one of these babies. Okay. So do
Can I try to-
roll? What?
Can I try to pull Jax away while Maeve is trying to do this?
That's interesting. I think you could try to act quick. Sure.
So
Yeah, roll with slick.
Okay.
That's very good. Yeah. How do you do it? He is currently being crushed to death by the burning hands of this giant robot lady. How do you get him away from it, and where do you go?
I guess I look over and see what Maeve is about to do. And
You knew it was coming.
yeah, we knew it was coming. Can I don't know, sweep the leg and see if I can get Jax away?
Yes, you can absolutely. In this case, I'm thinking maybe like sweep the leg is like maybe, I mean, you could try to cut through one of them with your nano blade. She has these very long, weird, like reversed bird legs now, which looked normal before the fight started. But yeah, you can do whatever you want to try to get her off balance.
I'll kick her in the knee joint thing.
Nice.
Of her weird backwards bird legs.
Okay.
Digitigrade?
Yeah.
Digitigrade.
Yeah.
knock her off balance and slash at her arm with the nano blade.
Okay. You do all of that. Jaxper drops. She doesn't. You don't like bend the leg backwards or anything because you're not strong enough to do that. But she looks down, almost like bemused. Like, what did you think was going to happen? And that creates enough of an opportunity that you can get Jaxper out of there, and you can both sort of throw yourself. You can throw both of you out of the range of this. Out of this grenade radius. Maeve, you throw one of your like homemade EMP grenades into the center of all of this chaos. It tumbles to the ground in like slow motion as 2019 pulls Jaxper away from it. It hits the ground. It goes off in a dazzling burst of crackling light that washes over both this robot lady Delilah and this self-identified Gabriel.
And Alice.
And Ellis, that is true. So
Ellis, I don't even have a modern ID on me. I'm sure he's real bothered by that.
On a bus again. This cell phone's never going to work right.
Ellis, I don't have a phone, Maldonado.
I will say this though, you have had the same translator comm unit for like almost your entire
this thing's
life.
An antique. Shit.
It is. It's irreplaceable. You're not sure anybody could even fix it. And it fizzles out for the last time.
I blame Jesus for this. I do.
You shield your eyes from this flash of light that blinds you, and you when your vision clears, Gabriel stands in front of you. You're still on the blades at the ends of his wings. And they this like slight electricity is still sort of like fizzling over his body, and he throws back his head and he laughs.
No.
He says, what did you think was gonna happen? We're Puritans. You think we wouldn't shield our own tech?
See how much of you is metal, Tin Man? Because I think it's Ellis's turn.
Alice, yeah, absolutely. Take a turn.
So Alice, with a flick of his wrist, drops the shield breaker part of the welcome wagon off and presses the barrel of a shotgun against my good friend Gabriel's very close face. And I'm gonna let that one open up. That'll work. So we're gonna discharge that for 6 points of shotgun damage to a man's head. The other thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna disengage to recover, and I'm gonna take -1 harm.
Okay.
So I don't know how much metal he is. I know how much metal she is.
That's true. You discharge that. You unload that right at point blank range. He does drop you because the wings still come into effect. He does drop you to like cover himself. He gets.
Oh, see, I figured I was between the wings. So like.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So what happens is like he drops you from the blades of the wings. There's no way he can get them across himself in time. All he really does is he like jerks his head to the side, and the blast goes off and kind of just rips the side of his face off. He howls in pain. Standing over you, the wings rise up. The feathers fan out more to like reveal more of the bladed ones, and then he stops because over the as he's standing there, over the top of his head, you see a superheated hand rise up and then just sort of settle down over his face, hook under his jaw, and just rip up. And he falls to his knees. The wings sort of like still the wings are like spasming, like they're not receiving a signal. He falls over on the ground. Delilah standing there holding this disgusting mass of like skin and blood in this hand, even as it's cooking, and kind of looks at it. Her head swivels up, looks over at Jaxper, and says, "Let's make a deal, brother."
Still gonna take my recovery, I swear to fuck.
Oh, fuck.
That
I
body
want
is
that
so
shotgun recharged.
cool. Fuck.
Good. Okay.
Ah. Yeah, Jaxper's gonna like kick his way up.
Maeve
Sorry it took me
is
so
like
long to...
muttering under her breath, like, fucking told him. I fucking told him.
I'm sorry it took me so long to purge the previous resident, but just kind of like looks down at the hands and says, I'd very much like to keep this.
Yo, how much of that is organic, actually? Like I think Jaxper is actually gonna like kind of go into like it he's had the shit kicked out of him, so he's just a little punch drunk. So he's just like, oh, cool thing, that's cool.
If given the
Yeah.
opportunity, Ellis is just gonna start walking into the hovercraft to try and find Griggs.
How much of that actually is organic tissue? Like any of it?
Elliot will talk a little shop with you for a little while. He'll
Like, I
bullshit
don't
with
think
you. He's
Elliot
like,
cares about me at
It's like-
all.
So
5%, perhaps 10%. I'm not really sure.
damn, fucked up. Did you drag any information out of her while you were purged her?
There wasn't much to find, unfortunately. I was also in a bit of a rush to stop her from burning your throat out of your body.
Yeah, thanks for
I
that.
think while this monologuing, this little dialogue is happening, Maeve
Yeah.
will sneak back over to the spoover car and see what she can do to get that like up and functional again. Because I think she's given up on the idea of the hovercraft being their getaway car.
That we
Oh, yeah,
did
broke
establish is, that we did establish is just done for. The hovercraft hit it when it crashed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
And never
the
mind.
car
I
is
guess,
absolutely destroyed. Now the hovercraft is completely destroyed too.
yeah, I guess.
But we will get to that. Ellis, you duck into the back of the hovercraft and
Yeah, I'm not being sneaky about it. I'm
you-
literally just like, Ellis doesn't
Yeah.
care about, or Elliot doesn't care about me. I'm just gonna walk.
no, Elliot does not care about you at all. You walk into the hovercraft and you see, you actually do see, someone you assume to be Simon Riggs, sort of propped up against one of the walls.
Is he still like cuffed or bound?
He is cuffed, and he appears to have a lengthy span of metal jutting out from his midsection.
Oh, god damn it! Why does this
He's-
always
he's
happen
already
anytime
looking
I crash a
very-
ship? Fuck.
He's already looking very pale. His beard, which is kind of wild from his time in prison, is already sort of crusted with blood that he's been coughing up. He sees you and he says, "I don't suppose you're here to take me to my final reward."
No, I'm gonna try and save your fucking life, asshole. All right. So Ellis is gonna do the smart thing and try and cut the pipe at the back end, and then take him and the pipe outside for someone better than him to try and fix.
which, if Maeve
Sure.
sees, will of course then go over there and like.
Yeah, I
try and-
will be calling to
Yeah.
Maeve. Like, Maeve, we need a hand. We got a bleeder.
You get him
very-
outside.
I'm just so happy it wasn't me who destroyed
It wasn't.
the payload.
Collateral
this time.
damage due to Ellis.
I didn't.
Hey, nobody
Uh,
got away.
he-
That's all I'm saying. Nobody got away.
It's true. You
Ain't
pull him
no one
outside.
getting away
lay
from
him
this
down.
fight. No one.
That was honestly the thought. Is I'm
You
like nobody fucking flees this one. Nope. I'm done chasing people down.
yeah. You lay him down on the ground. He's still coughing. He's struggling to breathe. Maeve, you get down on your knees next to him, and he sees you. He holds up one of his hands. These big, like scarred working hands. Well, it's one good hand. And he says, "Oh, it's you."
I mean, you said you could tell us what we need to know if we got you out, so we came to get you out. But I'm gonna do what I can. Don't move if you can help it.
He holds on tighter to your hand. He won't let go, and he says, "Leave it. Leave it. I'm so tired. I should have died a long time ago." He looks over at the body and he says, you killed Gabriel."
It was not important right now. We have someone took Delilah's, but look, you said you knew something that would help us find Grace. Please, can you tell me?
Of course.
If I find your daughter, I'll try to get her out. Just tell me what you know.
Michael is on tranquility. I don't know his real name. Even I don't know his real name. But he's dangerous. More dangerous than Gabriel. And he like sort of weakly points over to the body and says, and then he touches he takes your hand and puts it to his chest and he says, "Certainly more dangerous than Raphael." The church is scattered. Cells and units and secret societies. Michael is the only one who knows how many of us there are. Michael is the only one who can call everyone. My daughter, please. Please. She'll be there. She'll be with Michael. Please save her.
What's her name? How will I know
Abigail.
her?
Her name is Abigail.
I'll do what I can.
He smiles a little bit weakly. He's clearly fading. You said you were looking for Grace.
Yes, do you know anything else that would help us find her?
If she's alive, Michael would keep her close. Do you love her?
Yeah, of course I do. I'd do anything to get her
He
back.
closes his eyes. He closes his eyes and he says, "Then I won't tell you what she did."
What do you mean? What did she do?
It's in the past now, girl. If you love the woman she is, leave it well enough alone. A tear starts to run out of the corner of his eye, and he says, "Our pasts do not define us. But they stay with us. Forever." And the hand that was holding very tightly onto your hand goes limp. As we pan out, we hear sirens. We see emergency vehicles responding, coming down the road to Power and Labor. And just sort of leave it on that image of Maeve with Simon Riggs in the center, still hand in yours. Ellis standing by, 2019 standing by, Jaxper, and the body of Delilah, now occupied by Elliot. Jaxper, as the sirens start to be audible and get louder, Delilah, or Elliot, looks at you and says, Deleliot. I'm sure you see the dilemma.
You, I don't actually want to kill you. I just want you to leave me and mine alone. And, you know, maybe don't be a fucking horrible serial killer.
We all get what we want. My nanites are dead. Their last action was overwriting her code with mine. I walk away. I don't kill you. You don't kill me.
I think that's the best either one of us is ever going to get.
Glad you see things my way, brother.
If you come after anyone I care about, ever, I will kill you. For good. And if Shervin decides that he wants revenge for his family who you killed, I'm not stopping him. But we can walk away.
I think that'd be for the best. It is sad. I don't take any pleasure in the knowledge, Jaxper, but you'll be dead long before our paths cross again. Because you won't let them go. I know you. You'll hang on to them until it kills you. And then I will be truly alone in this world.
We all are, man. And frankly, you made these choices. You could have stayed with us, but you decided you wanted our power more than you wanted community. So just fuck off with your scary bird lady body now. I'm sick of looking at you. I'm sick of talking to you. Shervin is gonna fucking ruin my life about this. So just fuck off, man. Just fuck off. And he's
Goodbye,
gonna
brother.
turn his back. And
He'll say that very quietly. He'll say almost so quietly you can't hear it. He'll say, "Goodbye, brother." And then turn and take a leap, an impossibly long leap out into the scrub forest that is on the outskirts of the prison complex, disappearing into the trees, where you'll never see or hear from him again, I'm sure.
Sure. No
Sure.
ramifications from the decisions we made today are going to happen.
What? Everything turned out great, right? Everybody's fine.
Everything turned out great.
Yeah, it's all great.
Days pass. You are questioned by the authorities, mostly because you could not possibly get away from them fast enough with Maeve injured as she is. Questioned by the authorities, but your stories hold up. Marcus pulls some strings to get you out of there, and there's really not anything that can be done to refute the fact that you killed a whole bunch of Puritans and prevented terrorists from murdering everybody inside of a very profitable prison complex.
Sure.
And so
capitalism.
you're not exactly regarded as heroes. There's definitely a couple people who are a little more on the ball who are like, you two just yesterday stopped the crazy zone beverage lady from murdering a bunch of orphans and shooting out an entire square. And then yeah, it's crazy how all this stuff keeps happening and you're at the center of it. That's wild.
Good intelligence and strong hearts, clear eyes, can't lose. I'm just saying.
Yeah. God in anime.
That's right.
God in anime. I didn't even get to fire God in anime.
You made a handy choice.
Well, I thought the whole point was you were going to do it on a ship, though. We're going back to our ship now.
Yeah, that's true. And
you shoot your railgun at the back, does it push you forward?
Speaking
Since
of that,
all of our weapons have names now, Maeve, does your wrench have a name?
Oh, that's true. You gotta name your wrench.
I'm gonna need to name my wrench after this. It's a legit weapon at this point.
Old swingy.
I definitely leave the pistol behind. I do not keep.
Yeah,
the pistol.
No, that's dropped out of your hand immediately.
Definitely.
Fuck this. No.
But
this
yeah, after you get pulled out of questioning, a couple days go by. You recuperate at St. Jude's, the orphanage that Marcus Pike owns and runs. You're cared for by his wife and their friends and volunteers. It's a very peaceful and a very pleasant time. And you make plans to return to Nephilim. You make plans to go back up to Takamagahara 2 finally, after being stuck here for way longer than you ever expected to be. The day finally arrives when you are going to be able to go back to the ship, and on that day there comes a knock at the door of St. Jude's. You all happen to be eating a meal with the children, the whole family. As it happens, one of them goes to answer the door with, very good manners, and calls back over to it and says, "Mr. Pike, it's some rich old guy. He says he's looking for gosh, I don't remember which one of you actually talked to him. Which one of you talked to Admin Saito from Takamagahara? Was that Ellis?
I think it was Jaxper.
Yeah, it was Jaxper.
Yeah.
Okay. The very clean-cut man from Takamagahara who was like, hey,
Yeah,
I need you
that
to
was
do the thing
Jax.
that you were already doing. Okay. Then he would ask for Jaxper. Says he wants to talk to Jaxper, and around the corner of the door steps a very well-dressed man of maybe his mid to late 30s. His suit that he's wearing is a very modern cut, very sleek, modern fashion. And his hair is slicked over to one side, like shaved very close on the other sides. He's a fairly handsome man, and he sort of bows to each of you, or bows to the table collectively. And he says, I'm sorry, I hope I'm not disturbing your meal. I was hoping to get a word with the four of you.
Yeah, pull up a chair.
I'm not certain this is a conversation you would want to have around others, but I leave that choice up to you.
Fair enough.
Hard for us to tell, but sure, I guess we'll go into a side room. Be aware, though, the 6-year-olds hear everything in here.
They do.
You
Sworn.
reconvene in the library, the St. Jude's library, and he draws himself up, and he says, I understand you've been meaning to reclaim your ship?
Yeah.
That is the plan.
I understand. I look forward to seeing you off, if you wouldn't mind. You've done Takamagahara 2 a great service, perhaps greater than you understand.
What,
Rad.
would you care to explain what we did that was so...
You know what this place is like. Earth, you
Yeah,
know
I mean,
what it's
yeah,
become.
from here, so yeah. The other three maybe
And
not so much.
Takamagahara may not be perfect, but the last thing we want is for it to become like this. Maybe it will someday, and maybe we'll have to start over somewhere else, but the longer we can hold off that infection from spreading, the better. And today, well, recently, I suppose, you helped keep that fear at arm's bay for many. You have my gratitude, the gratitude of all Takamagahara. and my admiration. And it will bring me no joy to see the three of you leave.
Three of us? 4 members on the ship.
So
Jax
which one of
doesn't
us are you
only
happy
count
to
as
see?
one person.
He turns to direct his attention to 2019 and he says, I did everything that I could. I want you to know that.
What?
What are you talking about?
What? Huh?
The cultural ministry was reticent to give you free reign, given the state secrets that you both know and carry within your person. It's true, the process is irreversible. And in these circumstances, the most common outcome is death.
I disperse my nanites.
Like, just release them forever? Or what? What do you mean?
I get rid of them. And I send a bunch to upload everything I have. And,
Immediate info dump.
and I'm donating some to Jaxper.
Ah, fucking
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, it's actually a little gruesome, but
It's very painful.
a bunch of them do start to swarm around your arm, Jaxper, and around your right hand.
Why?
It
It's shiny.
it unfortunately you would know 2019 that it does not work that way. Unfortunately, you cannot disperse yours.
Well, you can't get rid of
when
them,
they
but
replaced
some of those other things are possible.
When they replaced your blood with the cicada milk, it was keyed to this particular brood, and they can't survive outside of your physiology. And likewise, you can't survive without them.
Okay.
On account of
That's
your
cicada
blood
milk
being
for
cicada
ya.
milk.
Yeah.
That's cicada milk for you. That's how it works.
That explains the blue.
He says, he goes on and he says, I convinced them not to kill you. I convinced them that you were a hero. But you cannot leave Earth. You cannot leave San Antonio. You cannot travel to Atakamagahara ever again. This is the price of freedom.
So I'm just stuck here.
He looks around and he says, I've seen people stuck in worse places.
And what's stopping me from hopping on a little ship and never coming back?
Of course, I can't stop you from doing that. You know that they'll be watching.
And they're not safe as long as I'm with them, are they?
No.
2019 just kind of like falls to his knees and slumps on the ground.
This is bullshit.
Yeah, this ain't like a cage is still a cage. And this ain't even his home. This is I don't understand why not Taka. Like would it be easier
In
to keep a
fact-
closer eye on somebody?
In fact, it is his home.
2019, you're from Earth? I thought you were spaceborne.
He holds up an envelope, a sealed envelope, and he says, "It's not much, but I was also able to convince them to surrender this. It's the place you came from, the name of your parents, and your name, your real name."
Pardon?
Kalala also hates this plan.
I don't know what's happening.
Kalala can sense the problem.
It stopped, but I don't know why.
Okay, what was it?
It sounded
I-
like Kalala.
Yeah, it was my dog.
Oh, okay, all right.
Oh no.
What's
I can't hear it because I'm listening through OBS, and it's doing a very good job filtering out this noise, but I'm sure
Good.
it's very distracting. I'm sorry.
Nope, I think he's done.
Okay.
Got upset. You were being abandoned on Earth.
Yeah.
Admin Saito reaches down and holds the envelope out to you where you are crouched on the ground.
I snatch it from his hand and rip it open.
True to his word, there is not very much in there, except for a few names and a location. The other two names and the location, Tayo, are up to you to decide. But the name that is written there, it says Arata Aoi.
When I'm picking a location, as in like,
If you want to, it's where you were born and the names of your parents. I just didn't plan those out because I thought maybe you wanted to decide what those were, and whether or not you want to chase down those leads or it's okay. It's not important. They're on the paper, and that's all that really matters is you know your name now. You know the names of your parents, and you know where you were born.
guys, I have to go find them.
Well, I mean, hell, it's better than kicking around with us trying to get dead in space, I guess.
Alice, are you crying?
I mean, no, it's just, it's a long day and it's real dusty in the library. I gotta check on something. Alice is gonna, like, slowly excuse himself from the situation for the moment.
Can you excuse us for a minute? Administrator Saito?
Of course, I think I've probably worn out my welcome. Regardless, thank you again.
We appreciate what you have been able to do. I can't quite match that kind of like lockjawed, like it pained. I'm saying a true thing, but it pains me kind of vibe.
Yeah, no, he understands and he just bows to you again, and he says, if Takamaga are to if I can do anything in the future for you, please don't hesitate to ask. And he leaves.
Yeah, when he opens the door, Ellis will slip back in.
You get to go do the person thing.
I don't think I know how to be a person.
Ain't too hard. You know, you wake up, feed yourself, find something to do with your time. Not so different from being on a ship, just guess a little less subterfuge than you're used to. But you get to stop playing pretend all the time.
I think Jaxper sort of sitting there trying to pull from Shervin's memories. It's just like, yeah, that seems to pretty much be the case. Like the one guy I know who did it liked it.
I liked not having to play pretend with you guys anymore.
We like that too.
Yeah.
Well, we'll say hi to Grace for you.
We'll come visit.
And I'll try not to wreck the ship. No, I'm not quite the pilot you are.
You're about as good a pilot as you are a cook.
That was unusually harsh, and I appreciate
Oh, shit.
your honesty and your candor.
For what it's worth, I really am sorry.
Got so much water under so many bridges. What's one more?
We fucked up some cool stuff together. If that makes you family to me.
Is that how that? Yeah, you know what? It might as well
You've
be.
met
That's
my
fair
family.
though. Y'all did cause a ruckus.
I'm sorry I couldn't help you find Grace.
You've helped more than enough.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say you've helped more than 6 folks would. So she wasn't much to you, to be fair.
How's Maeve holding up? I know you've always had complicated feelings about 2019.
Yeah.
You missed your opportunity to shoot him today.
I did, you know.
Technically,
you just don't know what you have until it's gone. So now I'm never gonna get the chance to shoot him. No, I think Maeve is going to just sort of say, you know, I'm actually going to be sad you're not coming with us, but I hope you find your parents.
I hope you
Hey.
find Grace.
We will, and I think you will too. But hey, made a good friend here. Strange that Marcus has worked out that way for everyone. Stranger still if you knew him when he was younger. But it seems like it's a start of something. At least you're not, you know, all alone down here.
I always liked
maybe
being
don't.
alone.
What's that?
I liked being alone.
Maybe. I don't know. You seem to enjoy our company. But hey, keep the cicadas away from the children, would you? I mean, I don't know if you and Jax know this, but it's fucking terrifying. I just want you to be aware of that from an outside perspective. Like, they're very useful, but also they scare me in a deep personal way.
I produce another cicada.
It never gets less alarming, I will be quite honest.
can I gift some of my things?
Which things? What do you want to gift?
I would like to take out my Chakram Nano Blade and a couple of the cicadas are going to like kind of crawl and like lay around the handle of it, and they'll kind of like buzz and vibrate real hard and sort of kind of attach themselves to it as to become part of the handle. And it almost looks kind of like bronzy. And I give it to Jaxper.
Jaxper takes it, and it transitions from that blue glow. It's late. Blue glow to the green, to Jaxper's green. And
The cicadas also chitter a little bit as you do that.
All right, now they're kind of cute. I rescind my private statement.
Yeah, and he just sort of like nods, and then like just gives you a hug. Bro hug, lots of back pounding.
Bro hug.
Yeah.
Walls up. Walls up.
Yep.
And my I sort of kind of like grab at my onesie flight suit thing I'm wearing, and it's almost like pulling off a cloth of I don't know, like sheer see-through satiny type dealy. It's kind of shimmery, right? It's my tactical cloak, such as it is. And I would like to give that to Nave.
Oh my word.
You need to stay out of harm's way.
Yeah, realistically, I'm really not getting the hang of this whole fighting thing, but
I appreciate it if you don't. Please don't stop shooting at people. That was a real. I shouldn't give you that gun. I regretted it immediately.
I need to stick to the wrench. It's what I know.
I used on
just like come out of the
please,
shadows now with a tactical cloak and like bonk people with my wrench and then go back to hiding.
Mechanic. That might be the most anime thing of the entire night.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Winry Rockbell wearing a ninja cloak.
And I would like to give the quick fix shotgun to Ellis.
It's a mighty fine gun. Appreciate it.
Ellis dual wielding shotguns.
Oh yeah. All right. So in response, Ellis is actually gonna do something as well. Ellis is gonna take off a hunk of the welcome wagon because it's so modular and everything that it's got lots of like extraneous pieces basically that are completely unusual. But one that has part of like the sigil of the ship on it. He's like, I don't think you carried too many of these, and just like pulls a hunk of it off and hands it over in response. Don't want you to forget about us, is all.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Jaxper will also just send you like his local address so that you can ping him in it from pretty much anywhere.
Jaxper, you feel a slight touch at the edge of your consciousness, and you hear Shervin say, may I speak to him?
Yeah. So this is gonna be weird for a sec. but I'm gonna. One of my brothers, one of the good ones, since the bad one's gone, wants to talk to you. So
Jaxper, his physicality changes a little bit, and he has this very serene and calm expression on his face that you've never seen on Jaxper before. He smiles at you also, just a very warm smile. And he puts his hands on either side of your head and then on your shoulders. And he says, You are reborn. You are new. When you leave, when you go out there, remember that you are only you. Now, you think with your whole head, and he touches the center of your forehead. He says, feel with all of your intuition. And he sort of touches your lower abdomen, like your gut, essentially. And then his hand comes to rest on the center of your chest, and he says, love with your whole heart. Do that for me. And then not Jaxper, cries a single tear before Jaxper blinks and comes back to full consciousness.
Did you get any of that, Jaxper?
yeah.
Thank you, Shervin.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm going to pull everybody into a really big group hug. An uncomfortably long group hug.
Ellis blows his nose on a comically large handkerchief. None of you have seen before.
Mm-hmm.
His crying hanky.
You've never seen it before, but it's filthy.
Exactly.
Bright
red.
Little embroidered hearts.
Yeah, exactly.
You hold that position for a while, of all of you hugging each other, holding each other, as we sort of fade away out of the room. The next day, later that day, you go to Takamagahara 2 station to take the space elevator back up to the platform to where the Nephilim waits for you. After what feels like forever, after what feels like 7 episodes, you look back as you start to walk into the terminal, and you see Marcus Pike standing there. You see Eleanor standing there. A lot of the kids from the orphanage have shown up. Sorry, we've done a lot of NPCs here. Sheila, the owner of the Easy Wash, is there. And of course, Aoi is there. Your old friend, to see you off. And before you know it, you are back on Takamagahara 2, walking through the underbelly to where all the ships are docked. And from inside of a darkened Nephilim, the door slides open, revealing Jaxper, Maeve, and Ellis. On the other side, you walk into your ship, and the lights kick on to greet you. And you're home.
Don't go through the browser history in the cockpit.
You didn't delete that before you walked off the ship?
Okay,
I thought
okay.
you were
I
a
can't believe-
spy.
Jaxper's a good
Fuck.
bro. He'll delete your browser history for you. You're fine.
I can't believe that was your closing line and you said cockpit.
Yeah, you didn't even say it.
Cockpit.
Oh
Fuck.
my god.
Oh my god.
Fuck.
It's alright, we'll fix it in post.
We'll fix it in post. It's fine. Good job, everybody. Nephilim, you're in the Nephilim again. You're home. You are ready for whatever comes next. You've been told that Michael is on Tranquility, where the moon colonies have overtaken the entire surface, and a lot of the wealthiest and most influential people live there. Not a place known for being particularly welcoming to scrappers or strangers or outsiders of any type. But that's where you're headed next.
Gotten a warrant on their head for trashing a bar that they were the bouncer at.
Well, fitting great.
Or that, I
Eh.
suppose.
It'll be fine.
That's a very specific example.
Hey, I remember from session 1.
You do. That's impressive. The last thing we close on is a bedroom in St. Jude's back in San Antonio, back on Earth, where our friend is sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at this paper that he's holding, that has these names and this location on it, including his own name. And he lets the paper drop to the floor, looks up, and we see his eyes filmed over with that almost compound eye covering that you've only seen one other place before. The other Shinshoku, who was part of the Hive. And we'll end it there.
Fuck.
Good work, everybody. Good session. Yeah, we went way over our time. Thanks for sticking around, everybody. I know we went late, but I really wanted to give our goodbye the weight and the time and attention it deserved. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you to Tayo for joining this game back when we were not even a channel, when we didn't know what we were gonna do at all. And thanks for sticking with it for as long as you have. We really appreciate it. And this game and this world wouldn't be half as cool as they are now without you and the ideas that you brought, and really gonna miss you. But you'll be back for probably another game. You'll be back. Yeah. Thanks again.
Thank you, Tayo.
I love
Thank
you
you,
guys.
Thank you, Tayo.
We're gonna miss
We
you.
love you.
Everybody say thank
Love
you, Tayo.
you.
Also, we'll hang out in real life and see each
Yeah.
other. So
Yeah,
yeah,
but
there
like,
will
you
be
know.
that. Yeah.
But to everybody else who is watching this, who joined us tonight, who stuck with us for the whole 5 hours that this game ran, Jesus Christ.
Woo.
Thank you. We appreciate it. If you donated, if you followed, if you just chatted with us, spammed some jokes, posted some GIFs. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We have a lot of cool stuff going on right now. Missing Numbers is on Tuesday. Probably a video game stream Wednesday. Oh no! Thank you for rating.
Oh no!
Fantastic timing! We're closing the stream.
We're closing the stream.
Yeah.
You're just in time to say goodbye to Tayo, though.
You
Bye,
just
Tayo.
came in, just
Ow, my ankles. We've been streaming for 5 hours. Extremely relatable. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. Thank you for rating us, dear friends. We are about to go offline. Also, I was going to raid you, so I guess this is fitting. But
Mutual rating.
thanks for sticking around.
we're good at
Mutual
this.
rating. But we will say, we're still going to say goodnight. Thank you so much, everybody. Again, I'm going to have to start over. I'm so sorry. We've been doing this for a while. Yeah, thank you so much for rating, following, chatting, whatever. We raise money on this channel for charity. We're currently raising money for Planned Parenthood. We are doing a lot of cool stuff. We have our crazy Eldritch Horror Pokemon game on Tuesday. We have our video game stream at some point, probably on Wednesday or Thursday. We have Pulp Diction, which is our Call of Cthulhu game, on Sunday. Definitely
That's
check
snakes.
all of that out. It's all about snakes. It's partially about snakes. I think they're hunting trolls now. I think they've moved on to trolls, but it's going to be fun regardless. It probably does still have snakes. And yeah, stick around, check all of that out. Follow us if you're not already. If you want to know when we go live, you can follow us on the Tweetar. If I could type it out, there it is. I tweet all the time. Some of it's good. We also have a Discord community if you want to join that. It's a lot of fun. Thank you so much for following. We love to have you here. Another crazy thing we're doing is March 18th to 20th. We are running a virtual tabletop RPG gaming convention called Gen Con. It's going to be a good time. We're raising money for Rain. You can run a game if you are like an artist or a maker, or if you make like D&D 5e content or any kind of TTRPG content. Sign up as to sell things. It's free. The whole con is free. If you want to run a panel, sign up to do that. If you want to run a game, sign up to do that. Join the Discord if you want to play some games. Everybody's really cool. The Gen Con Discord, not our Discord. You can join them both. But everything you need for Gen Con is at that link. Go ahead and click on it if you want to. And on that note, we are going to say goodnight. Thank you so much, everybody. And it's been such a good run. It's been so much fun. And thanks for sticking around. We will see you in the very near future. Have a good night.